All right, everybody. Welcome back into another episode of the Lesko podcast. Joined by a panel tonight, if you will. Going to talk Penn State football, the game, and just general college football stuff. Austin is going to come on. Uplift Pickleball Paddles is going to come on at some point. My dad is in bed, so he's not coming on, and that's fine. Yeah. We got to get ready to go on vacation here tomorrow night. So
nice.
Yeah, and I'm messaging Mike Kresovich. I invited him on too, but he said he just got back from his county baseball game, so he's too tired. But we could have had 7 people on here tonight. So
it's a party.
Yeah. But welcome back, Aaron and Brett and Jared from Black and Gold Mondays and J-Rod Knows Football is on tonight.
Yeah, the legend.
Yep.
I'm getting there.
Go to Jared's getting there. Go to markleskopodcast.com and get your merch. Jared has his own line for Black and Gold Mondays and J-Rod Knows Football. Aaron has the premium one of the premium blue shirts.
Mm-hmm.
I got the polo on and the hat.
I'm rocking Adidas tonight. I got the Adidas on again, so it's still Penn State related. So
I got the assignment right.
Yep. Let's go check that out and Uplift Pickleball Paddles. If you're gonna buy pickleball paddles, buy them from Austin because they are good quality paddles. So Austin put a lot of work into that. Yep. There's a lot of stuff.
Recreational sports, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But so first of all, recruiting. Brett and I don't think we've collectively talked on here about Case Alexander and Dylan McGee. I was telling Brett we're still waiting on getting Elijah Gurton. the other night I said, Brett, we're waiting on Elijah Gurton or something like that. I meant Dylan McGee. And I was like, that's what happens when you do a podcast when you're dead tired. And then tonight, again, I kept saying to Brett, I'm like, Elijah Gurton. I said he's going to be making a tackle on the field. I'm like, when are we signing him?
Yeah.
George, you're the man. Yeah, George is right, man. We'll have to have George on. Yeah.
Heck yeah, George.
Absolutely, man. Yeah.
George,
great guy. He comes on my show all the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's always in the comments. George, email me, I guess. markleskopodcast@gmail.com. I don't know if you have Instagram. You could hit me up on there, but email me and we'll get you on. Or be like Aaron and shout me out on Landon's show.
I have to give Landon a hard time because he keeps talking about Notre Dame commits, and I'm like, buddy, I love you. I wish you wouldn't.
Yeah, dude. He's so good at film breakdowns that he can talk about anybody.
Oh, he's
but it's like, you don't need to talk about Notre Dame, you know.
Yeah, I know. Can we pass on them? You can do Florida. I'd be fine with that.
You could even do Oregon. Go back to Oregon, Ohio State. I don't care. Just Notre Dame, no. Yep.
I'd rather him cover junior high women's field hockey than Notre Dame football. So.
I mean, I bet he'd do a good job of it.
Yeah, probably.
Well, they play the same competition, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they don't, Brett. Notre Dame plays online schools, so
I was going to say it's probably harder.
Don't insult them like that.
Notre Dame plays
strictly virtual.
Notre Dame plays Phoenix online, and they're like, 12-0, going to the playoffs. So,
Phoenix online.
Yeah, dude, you played the local Votech. Like it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Bunch of welders out there running around. But so we got Dylan McGee and Case Alexander. I think we're at 12 now.
247, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for a ranking. Yeah, class ranking right now. I believe it's 12.
It's moving every second, so we'll have to let me take a look.
A lot of
moving nonstop.
A lot of teams. Actually, there's been a fair number of commits the last week.
But I
Yeah.
will
The
say,
number I see
okay.
is 22 on my screen. I'm seeing.
yeah, we're
Texas is
so
catching up.
on 247. We're 13 right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're 20
so
on Rivals right now,
Rebels, yeah.
officially anyway. But Rivals is very slow to update, so I don't know if they've actually updated yet.
Rivals has given some garbage ratings to a couple of our guys right now that need to be updated. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Like
I think
overall, there's like 4 or 5 guys that need to be 4 stars.
they did fix Case Alexander's. Maybe somebody was way off on Case Alexander. No, their Case Alexander was actually appropriate. I think it's actually 247. Hey, Austin.
What's up, Austin?
How we doing, everybody?
What's awesome?
Hey,
What's going on, man?
Welcome in.
Yeah.
The OG recruiting guy right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Austin. Got the fresh sunburn from pickleball.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Austin, welcome back in, man. We're talking recruiting right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep. You want to talk about Uplift pickleball?
I'll plug it at the end.
All right, sounds good. All right, so I'm gonna have to adjust these windows here, but yeah. So we got Brett. These are the rankings. You haven't pulled up there.
Over 247. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the rankings right now. We're at 13, and who's ahead of us, Aaron? So Notre Dame is 2 right now. That sucks.
Oh, they're killing it right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
they got another 5-star today. Yeah.
Yeah, they hit another 5-star recently.
They are doing good. I mean, I don't know how. They always do good in recruiting.
Now, is it because that's on the West Coast and they spend a lot of money? Is that the reason why Oregon is ahead of Ohio State?
Oregon spends a ton of money because they got Phil Knight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they spend a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with Texas Tech. Like Texas Tech is high on this list because they have a lot of money, so they throw bags at people.
When you have 3
Notre
teams
Dame
in the top 10, it sounds like Texas is just made of money.
Yeah, Notre Dame is more because every Catholic school in the entire country they have an inroad to just because they're Notre Dame, right? So they actually have a huge recruiting advantage that doesn't get talked about enough because of their inroads with Catholic schools. But a lot of good football schools around the country happen to be Catholic schools.
It's true.
So,
Brett, Virginia Tech's ahead of us. Ohio State, we were ahead of Ohio State. Now they're ahead of us. But people talk about, Aaron said about A&M and the oil money. Like that's a real thing. Like they definitely have oil money.
Oh,
yeah. That is a contributing factor to their recruiting success right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
and Virginia Tech's only ahead of us right now because they have 3 more commits. If they didn't have 3 more commits, it'd be the same. Yeah.
Yeah, they're also spending a lot of money that they never used to spend.
Yeah.
Which, might be we'll see what happens with that.
Well, because they have to. They physically have to get in.
Yeah, they have to try and make the Franklin thing work because otherwise they're gonna look like goobers, right? So
Yep.
Austin, what do you think about Penn State's recruiting so far?
To be honest with you, it's kind of what I expected. I think to the complaints of a lot of the fans, which I'm sure you guys have heard, and maybe even to some of you guys too, I don't know. Probably going to be a cycle where we're maybe not going to hit on as many high-end guys just because they know there's going to be a ton of roster turnover after this season. Like a lot of these guys they brought in, they're older guys. They're going to be either going to the draft, they're going to be graduating. You're going to have some younger guys that are maybe going to overperform, like someone like Rappleyea, for example, that could go. So I think they're from a business perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense is to kind of not save up, but be very strategic with their NIL war chest for the transfer portal when that opens up. Because again, you're in this situation where are you going to put forth all this money on this high school player that hasn't played a single down of college and it's a projection? You don't know. We were just talking, about what happened with Tennessee, and you know, with that didn't turn out too well, and that was multiple millions of dollars from what I understand. So I think they're going to play it from a perspective of let's spend the most amount of money on true blue productive guys that we have seen play college football and have produced at this level, or, you know, at a similar level, maybe out of the SEC or the ACC, whatever, a fairly, you know, reflective conference to the Big Ten or whatever it is. And then kind of, you know, maybe miss on some projection guys, even if they are, you know, high 4 stars or 5 stars or whatever it may be. And again, from like a percentage perspective, that makes a ton of sense, because if you're going to spend a lot of money on someone that has already played, the chances that they're going to be able to continue that or get a little bit better, significantly higher than a projection of a player out of high school, especially, you know, I don't think people really understand when you're recruiting a player out of high school and you're looking at, let's say, a corner or an offensive tackle or even a quarterback. That's really hard to evaluate in high school, man, because again, they're probably by far the best player on the field, or for a player like a cornerback, they just don't throw that much in high school. Like how many passes are they actually defending? There's just not a lot of tape. There's just not a lot of opportunity. So it's a big projection. So again, my default is kind of what Brett has here as far as trust the staff, trust the evaluation. I mean, these guys have been evaluating at a very high level. That's Matt Campbell and his guys from Iowa State. And also, you know, as far as cornerback recruiting, I'm trusting Terry Smith, man. That guy knows how to find talent. He knows how to recruit it. He knows how to coach it. So I'm going to put my trust in those guys. But overall, I think they did well. I think some of the guys they have right now are probably a little underrated. So some of these borderline 3-4 stars will be probably consensus 4s, you know, when they do the next update.
Yeah, like Sean Curry, for example, he was playing with the Alabama commit, right? What's his name? The tight end. He was playing with another 4-star tight end. So like the reps that he was getting, he wasn't getting as many reps. But Sean Curry, I mean, 6'7", he's a 4-star player. Like once everything's updated, he should be a 4-star. That's just one example to go off of it. So
yeah, I agree.
He runs well.
Yeah. Yep. And I agree. Like Austin, I've been saying for a while now that I think a lot of these programs are still figuring out how to balance this properly, because it just seems this NIL era seems to have thrown a lot of them for a loop. And so you see some programs are leaning super heavy into portal, which has worked well for some of them and not so well for others. Florida State being a bad example, Indiana being a good example. But both of them really have the same strategy. They both lean really heavy on the portal and a lot less on high school, which, you know, I can see the advantage. It's the equivalent of an NFL team using free agency to build up their roster, right? But the downside is if it doesn't work, it's really not going to work, which is what happens to Florida State, right? And so that's the game Texas Tech's playing right now. And I think Penn State is probably trying to stay more balanced. It kind of seems like they're trying to do a bit of both. They want to get some good high school recruiting in. And I think also a lot of schools they don't want to get scammed, right? Because a lot of these players, you might pay them $2 million to come play for you because they're a 5-star, and then they just transfer out after using your training program for a year and a half, right? Like, oh, you got great facilities, man. I'll go play for Virginia Tech, or I'll go play for Penn State now. and you just spent $2 million training them for somebody else to use them to beat you, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Austin, what you said, those are great points you made earlier before I reset again.
Yeah. The only other thing that I was going to bring up too is, and this is where I think maybe a slightly more conservative approach is best, is because all of the actual like rules and regulations are still changing. Like we're talking about putting in some kind of a cap as far as how much NIL money you can spend and all this kind of stuff. We just changed over. They just voted on just the 5 years of eligibility, no redshirt year stuff. Like again, it's one of those things where you're trying to make decisions within a system that is also in a dynamic state. It's still changing. And then we have stuff going on with legislation and all this other crap. It's really, really hard to know what is for sure the right choice when everything's in such flux. My personal opinion on something like, a cap, I think there should be a cap. There's a cap in the NFL. There's a cap in every pro sport. There has to be a line that you get to. You can't just have, okay, well, this school has, 20 billionaire alumni, so they're just going to throw in $100 million, and it's just like, well, we'll just outspend everybody. It's like, doesn't that kind of get us back to where we were anyway, where we have schools that have and we have schools that have not again, and it's just like we're kind of back to where we started.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. Mark and Brett can tell you, I'm a massive supporter of a minimum and maximum cap, because I think if you want to know why the NFL could be run by monkeys and still be successful, it's because it has a minimum and maximum cap. Like that cap does so much for it.
Yep.
I mean, look, Jerry Jones should have been fired 20 years ago, but he still has a job. So still has a job. Perfect example.
Fan, Brett, I hope he never dies.
Oh, I know. I know everybody does, but Cowboys fans are rolling in their grave, the ones that died already from it. So,
yeah, the cheerleaders are run pretty well. That's a decent Netflix show. If you ever watch that.
Houston's are too, by the way. I know that personally.
But yeah,
Dallas, you do not have a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna. No, go for it.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna give a small example on like the stars, right? Amarian Jackson. Most of you probably don't know who that is, but Amarian Jackson was a 3-star receiver, committed to Iowa State this past cycle. Came over to Penn State, right? He was talked about all spring as like a bright spot of the team. True freshman, 6'2", 192, like a top 900 player, right? Like the ratings, he's an 86 overall from Nebraska. That shows it. Like the staff's talking about him like he's going to be legit, and he's an 86 overall player. So the evaluations of the staff, there's guys like this all over the recruiting cycle from the 2026 class. So and 2027, we're going to see it. So
I have a question. So you guys know recruiting and all. So when you talk about Penn State's former traditions on where they would recruit, I mean, has that expanded because of Matt, or has that kind of been limited because of our new coach?
So
big time.
To give you a small example of that, so Franklin and his staff were, before he left, they were spreading their horizons more. Like we got a corner from Cali, that was Terry Smith. We got some kids, Parker Washington from Texas, right? Like kids from Florida, but we didn't have Midwest ties like Nebraska, Iowa. We did not have those ties whatsoever. So Matt Campbell and his staff brought those ties. Then they hired Savon Huggins from New Jersey to keep the New Jersey ties going. We have more players in New Jersey committed for this class than Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So New Jersey's doing well. We're going to get to Pennsylvania. It's next class in 2028. You can bet your bottom dollar we're going to have the top guys from there, at least most of them. Virginia, it's something we haven't. Virginia isn't something that the new staff has dove into that much. James Franklin's at Virginia Tech, so he's going to hold that down. But we just got a cornerback from Texas, J-Rod. So we're going to talk about him here in a minute. So we have, I think, 19 different states or something we have a recruit from, or something crazy like that. So for this class specifically. So they're all over the place.
And another thing we've started adding is we're starting to get some of the very talented young guys from the islands, which is something that was really with the Midwestern and like
Utah.
Hawaii. Those schools did all that. So you're starting to see some of those guys, which, you look at some of the most talented linemen of the last 10 years, they're coming from your Utahs and almost all of them are Islanders. They're some of my best friends in the military were Islanders, and they're tough dudes, man. So our horizons, I would say, if anything, we're painting the whole country now in a way that we probably never really have as a school.
And Jared, the craziest one, Cooper Terwilliger. He's a top 10 tight end for this class coming up. Guess where he's from? South Dakota. That's where he's from.
I was going to say Idaho.
Yep.
We've got
They're close.
We've got Utah. We've got Utah, South Dakota. We've got New Jersey, Oklahoma, Texas,
Iowa,
Ohio, Iowa.
I mean, it was always like New York, Brooklyn, and New Jersey, like Philadelphia. Like I'm just saying, we kind of covered those 3 states, us and those guys very well. So I'm not surprised that we're still kind of bringing in that tradition. That's still part of Penn State.
Yeah, absolutely.
The staple.
But what Austin said lines up with what we've been saying on here. Austin and I, we haven't been talking a lot about Penn State football recently, but what he just said aligns with what we said, which is, it's like, if you just have a level mind, you can kind of come to these conclusions, and you also have to know Penn State football to understand like what they're trying to do right now. And first of all, like identifying a good coach, looking at the history of Penn State, what they do and what they're doing now, it's going to work out, like roster wise, like what Brett just brought up, and just across the board, like our defensive tackles. I was thinking about this today. I'm like, our defensive line is going to be very important this year, and we have massive defensive tackles. You know what I mean? Like we have 3 or 4 300-pound plus guys. The one guy is 296. Oh. Now I just say he's 300 because when he hits you, you're not going to say, "Oh, he only weighs 296." It's gonna feel like a 300 pounds tackle for sure. But they are all over the country, Jared. I mean, and our staff has ties all over the country. Now, like Brett said, it was mainly DMV for Franklin, and that's fine. He did well with recruiting. I mean, he got a lot of talented guys. Dominate the state was one of his first things, but we're really expanding across the country now. I mean, our defensive line coach, one of them has ties to the Northwest. Yep. The other one has ties to the West Coast from UCLA. Our defensive coordinator has ties to the West Coast. I mean, we have ties. Our receiver coach has ties to the East. Like we're all over the place. Poindexter, I think it was Poindexter. He was one of the guys who had ties to Virginia. And then oh man, I can't remember our one receiver. Gaddis. What Gaddis was what?
Coach Gaddis.
Receivers coach,
Yeah, he was receiver. Where was he from? Like he had ties
I can't remember.
To the East Coast, I think. But we kind of had ties all over the place. But now we now have ties all over the place. We really didn't have that before, but
I want to say
Jared,
Carolina.
Gaddis had ties somewhere. But Jared
played high school in North Carolina.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I knew he was Carolina somewhere.
Durham.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But a lot of the guys we got were from like the Northeast, really. You know what I mean? The Midwest. That's a lot of the guys we got. Now we're getting them from all over. And for a new staff, that's pretty good to be getting guys from all over the place.
Aiden Gibson, our number 1 running back, Aiden Gibson from South Carolina, right? Top 10 running back. Yeah.
And that's the thing is like as the sport moves, like it or not, it's moving more towards what the NFL does, right? And in the NFL, you don't care what state they came from. Like it's nice if they came from your state, but in the NFL, like don't get me wrong, everybody was real excited when Saquon Barkley showed up in Philadelphia. But everybody's also real happy when you get a linebacker from Alabama who's really good, right? Like so. Yeah, and I think that's important too. You look at Indiana does the same thing. Their roster's from all over as well. I think that way of thinking, at least for now, unless the rules change more, which they will, but unless the rules change more, I really do think that's the way to approach it right now. Is look for the guys that fit the foundation of what you're trying to build first, and then. You look at Penn State's class, it's really focused on guys who like to hit people, which is a pretty good idea if you want to play football. So generally, I like guys who like to hit people in football. Pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Not off the field. Let's try not to do that too much. But
and to get Jared caught up too, though. Jared, the guys they're going after now, they're going strictly off size and speed, like athleticism. Like they weren't going after size before. That wasn't something they looked at. All the receivers, linemen, every player has size and makes plays. Like they go after the blueprint they're going after now it's a specific blueprint. Before they were just going after guys that they wanted because they were good players, but they didn't have specific skill sets that fit each category. So now they're going after like very tall, lengthy linebacker. We have 2 6'3" linebackers in this class, right? Receivers, the receiving board got messed up. We'll talk about that. But the receiver we have committed 6'4", 200. So
Landon Bloom. I think what I've noticed about a lot of college traditions, for the last probably 20 years or so, if you take a look at like if you break up all of the sections of the country, like the West Coast, I always feel like they're like agile, they're smaller, like they just they have a lot more agility. I feel like they're really quick over in the West Coast, and when you look down south, it's big. Like I see a lot of the guys. It's kind of a combination. Like I do see dudes that are slender, but you know at the same time you got some real nice like structure and stature. But like with the Midwest, I always hear the stories of Wisconsin. The stories I would always hear at the University of Wisconsin. Every guy on that line, either defense or offense, was like 350 pounds. Like it was a crazy number. They were all 6'10". Like they were just monsters on a line. And with Penn State, I feel like it is like we do try to find some guys with size, but again, it's a combination of what's in the area, what we have available. And I always felt like that was the tradition for such a long time. You kind of kept within your region, you know, the Northeast, kind of going over to Ohio, a little bit down to Maryland. Like that was kind of the restrictions that you had when college football was kind of limited in that regard. Now the Big Ten is everywhere. We're like from coast to coast. So it makes complete sense to me that they're upgrading, that they're kind of moving in that right direction. So if we're getting guys from everywhere, that's what everybody else is doing. So we got to learn how to adjust to what, you know, UCLA is going to do, what USC is going to do, what Washington, you know, again, all these Pacific Coast teams that I feel like they're going to have to kind of adjust too. Because again, they're no longer going to have the agile guys. They're going to have to look for size too. Because again, everyone over here is just getting bigger and faster. Like,
you just explained USC in a nutshell, because USC was small for years. Now they're trying to get bigger, and they're spending every dollar they have to make that happen. Now, J-Rod, one of our biggest recruits this cycle, Stanley Montgomery, 6'4", 300 pounds. He's still in high school out of Philadelphia. We pushed hard to get him. I'm excited to watch him because we never get defensive linemen who are 300 pounds already coming out of high school. Franklin would never do that. He never could do it. So Matt Campbell and the staff are killing it.
Go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to say for the size, I did the math before. I can't remember the exact numbers, but our defensive line, for example, last year, we were like, what was it, Brett? Like 6'1", 290?
The average or something?
And now we're 6'4", like 300 plus now. Like we're literally like 2 or 3 inches higher and like 30 pounds heavier. Like across the board.
We have 4 guys over 320.
We went from, I forget what it was, but we went from like 1,200 pounds of defensive line to like 1,600 or 1,700.
Like our defensive line and offensive line are huge. Like Mack trucks, dude. Like our defensive line, that's what I'm looking forward to really the most. And Brett knows Alex McPherson is my favorite player, and Jackson Ford.
Armstrong Nodum, I'm telling you, he's going to go crazy.
And he's not even a starter. He's not even a starter.
No, he's not. Like, he's a redshirt sophomore. He's got plenty of time to get going, but he's like 6'2", 325. He looks like he ate Zane Durant. That's what he looks like. Looks like he ate. I mean,
Zane Durant was so strong. He was so he was just muscular, but his skill set was just not there this year, unfortunately. But you know, Austin knows, like Penn State under Joe, like we were always pretty big. You know, big guys, athletic, pretty simple concept. You know, we're just going to make you better athletes. You recruited athletes. And now we're getting back into the size thing. Now with the recruiting and maybe regulations coming and all this stuff and the size they're getting, the guys they're recruiting and the guys they have on their roster, I think Penn State's ahead of the curve. Like they see where things are projecting And that's why people are like, oh, like we need to go get these guys with all this money and pay millions of dollars, get a 5-star here, 5. I mean, I think they've realized that just doesn't really mean much ultimately if you're just dropping money, going after tons of talent. Like Austin said, sometimes it doesn't work out. You know what I mean? So, but Austin, you like last year, man, like I didn't realize how small we were across the board. Like not small, but we were not like a big team last year. You know, I didn't even realize that, you know, because you see Deny, he's a monster. And, you know, so.
Yeah, you know, it showed up, though. I bet people realized it pretty quick. When you're getting run through and the defense is playing.
When a running quarterback gets 600 yards on you. Good point. Yeah, the UCLA game was a pretty obvious example of that liability. But again, it's one of those things where on a couple different levels, Matt Campbell obviously is in favor of getting guys with size. And the bright side is you can do the evaluation and determine, okay, is this person just big and they have a ton of bad weight, or it's like it's mostly good and we can do some minor tweaks and clean it up, as opposed to getting the guy that's like 260 and it's like, well, maybe we can put 40 pounds on him or maybe not. Like, again, coming from, and Mark, you understand this as well, but like coming from like a training and nutrition background, it's like putting on 40 pounds of good weight is no small feat. Like that is hard. That is really hard. A long time and uncomfortably eating a lot, you know, all the time.
I remember, not to interrupt you, Austin, but there was a movie I once saw where these guys were athletes in the movie, and they were twin brothers, and they rode crew at the college they were at. And there is a scene where the two are in this restaurant eating, and I don't know if it was like the campus or there was some place downtown, but they put the camera on the one brother, and I mean, his thing that he was eating had to have been that wide. And I mean, the whole bite. I'm just sitting there going like, God, that looked like that was about 4,000 calories just in that sandwich alone. Like, dude was really big. Like, he was 6'5", 220. Like, I'm just saying, like, the dude had to stay in that look the whole movie. And I'm like, that's just insane that's how much you have to consume in order to keep that physique.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And again, it's based on, again, it's the training regimen and the requirements for a football player are going to be higher anyway, because you're recovering from the training regimen. So you have to get back to normal, not to mention you're also taking physical damage to your body, which needs to be recovered. And then after that, you maybe can grow. So it's really, really difficult. But I agree with that change. You know, going for some more size, I think that makes a ton of sense. And again, a combination. It's not like these guys are like just giant people and are slugs. Like, they have some athleticism. They can move just fine. It's not a problem from that perspective. The other thing on like the 5-star players and the 4-star players, Matt Campbell and staff seem very, very locked in on the idea of you have to be building a team and not just assembling talent, because you can have talent all over the place. A prime example of this was when the Eagles got all those free agents and Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie and Vince Young is backup quarterback and all this stuff, and they were awful. They had all these players that were individually stars everywhere, and they were terrible. So I think Matt Campbell is a really good coach to approach the game and to build a team that plays at a greater level than the sum of its individual parts. I think you get the proper cohesion, the proper chemistry. You fit that into an appropriate scheme that maximizes your players' abilities and opportunity, and you're just gonna have a really good football team, a really good fundamental football team, and that's how you win games. It always is. And here's the thing: they're gonna get some star players, and they're gonna develop some star players. They might have some on the roster right now that we haven't even seen yet, because again, they were some 3-star guy out of Nebraska that no one heard about, and then they blow up. They turn into a 5-star player. That's the key. Yep. It's great to get a 5-star prospect, but they're a 5-star prospect. You can get a 3-star prospect that's a 5-star player.
Mm-hmm. I said too, like the identity of your program needs to be there, right? So that's that ship of Theseus thought process where if I replace all the parts, is the fundamental thing still present, right? And I think you look at the schools who constantly find success there. I would say, like, if I was impressed with something Ryan Day does at Ohio State, it's that Ohio State feels like Ohio State every single year. And it doesn't matter who you take out, who you put in, they feel like Ohio State every time. Yeah. And that's that kind of ship of Theseus thought process where, yes, we replace the components, but fundamentally how we play football remains the same. And that consistency is hard to beat. Like, yeah, maybe not every year. Kirby Smart does it great at Georgia too. Like, maybe not every year they're the top or the best talent out there, but he puts a good team on the field no matter what.
They definitely don't scout their players. They just go after Jameer Dean.
No, they just take whoever Penn State's counted for them, apparently.
They steal our guys. Notre Dame just puts a camera in our evaluation room. They're like, all right, let's go get it.
Yeah, has anybody checked the room to make sure it's not bugged?
Hey.
Austin just gave Aaron flashbacks too. Sorry, about the Philadelphia Eagles. That's his team. So
yeah,
he already gave him.
Look, we went through
my team too.
Listen, man, you can't hurt my feelings. All right, I went through 50 years of misery and won 2 Super Bowls in 10 years. There is my feelings can never be hurt again.
Well, the last 20 for me have been diabolical. I'm a Raiders fan, so the last 20 have been absolutely.
The only people I have more sympathy for than Raiders fans is Bills fans, Browns fans.
Yeah.
I will never.
Yeah, because the Bills almost get there, then crap the bed every time.
Bro, that has to be the most miserable existence in the NFL. I don't know how else.
Well, listen, I would have sympathy for the Browns if they didn't get 14 quarterbacks every year.
Yeah.
Like,
the
just
Browns,
pick 3 guys and go with it. Like,
the Browns, you know what's wrong. It's the owners, right? Like, it's very clearly the ownership of the Browns. But like
the Jerry Jones approach.
The Bills just find misery. Like, that's what they do.
Yeah, it's bad.
I fully agree with that.
Now I sympathize with Zane Durant because he's over there now.
I never thought I would say this, but in Jerry Jones's defense, even he's not going to pay 9 or 10 quarterbacks at the same time.
That is true. Yeah, he's not even that.
That's true.
They've had Dak Prescott down there for like 15 years, and I think he's won like 1 playoff game, if that.
Oh my God!
But he averages like 4,000 or 5,000 yards every season.
Well, you got to give it to him. The regular season, he plays like MVP. He poops his pants once he gets to the playoffs. If they make the playoffs.
I'll tell you what, Sam Darnold, that was his thing for the longest time, and then he finally broke through. Now he's on a different team, but I can't feel bad for Browns fans, man, because that's like feeling bad for Cowboys fans. Like, you can't. The Browns are literally the all-time Hall of Famers when it comes to first-round picks. If every one of their first-round picks panned out, they would have like 12 Super Bowl wins. They have so much first-round talent, and then it just they do nothing with it. It's insane. Like,
and then they traded away the one that paid off the best.
Yeah, literally, like the best ever, probably.
To be fair, like, they got a pretty good player and a pretty decent deal for him, but.
But to go off of Austin's point about a 3-star prospect turning into a 5-star player, and it came down to coaching. Okay, came down to coaching. Look at that.
Yep.
3-star into the ultimate 5-star in the Heisman Trophy. So, and that was coaching. There's no anomaly about that. That was coaching a 3-star quarterback to the Heisman Trophy in the first overall pick. And that's not an anomaly because we've seen that many times. Like Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he was phenomenal. But, like, before that, he wasn't, like, he wasn't well known.
No.
Even Cam Newton. Cam Newton was very good before Auburn, but dude, he had a breakout season. Like that happens every year. You have like this breakout quarterback, then he's the first overall pick.
Sure.
So Fernando Mendoza is a great example. A kid who was a good kid, is a good kid, did it right. He's a family guy. You know what I mean? Like he just did it right. And that is a 3-star prospect and a 5-star player being developed by real coaching. That's what Penn State has. So
I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question, then I'm going to jump off. Okay, guys?
All right, Jared.
About this. How would you say with recruiting, with Penn State, where would you rank Penn State in the Big Ten in terms of, like, can you see this coaching staff knowing how to look at the players they're bringing in and how they're going to evaluate and possibly, bring the 3s to the 4s, 4s to the 5s? Where would you put them?
Right now, I mean, like 5.
I mean,
I put him in like 5. Yeah. I put him at 5 right now.
Going off of what Jared just said.
Year 1.
I think Ohio State is the only team that's probably better than us at that.
Wow.
So, because here's the thing, like what I would say, J-Rod, to answer you on that is look at the track record of Matt Campbell and his staff. Brock Purdy was one of their products, and that dude was barely a 3-star at all when he came in. But it's not just that. It's like all these players. You look at the NFL, Jaden Higgins, they've been putting guys in the NFL. These are Iowa State guys. They don't get 4 stars. It's like almost never. So what he was doing at Iowa State shows development, which was why I had him high on my list right from the beginning for Penn State, because I was like, this guy has been doing at Iowa State what most people couldn't do at Ohio State.
So what you're saying is that the guy is taking lemons and making Chardonnay. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's making something. He's making some martinis out of them lemons.
Austin, I want to get your thoughts.
Making lemon drops. Yep.
Because
lemon drop.
Here's why I say Penn State is behind Ohio State, because Ohio State is an elite program. They're very good at everything.
Yeah.
Okay, they're the new Alabama. They may not be winning like them like every year, but that is an elite program, and you have to have a ton of respect for Ohio State. Mm-hmm. And they're the Big Ten, so I'm like, all right, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
But in terms of talent evaluation and development, right now, like it's unproven right now, Penn State, Austin. But dude, who's better than Penn State? Because Oregon gets a ton of talent. Like everyone else just gets a ton of talent. We haven't. So like, I would say in terms of the development, what Jared asked.
Yeah. And I will say, I want to add this. Josh Pate, who I have a lot of respect for in the college football world.
Yeah.
He has Penn State, Matt Campbell, and his staff as the 4th best in the Big Ten, and they haven't even played their first year in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would say 4. Yeah, right now. Like
the only ones that I would maybe say, if I was being conservative, I might still put them one stop up would be Kyle Whittingham at Michigan, only because Kyle Whittingham is a long proven and very capable head coach. But we've never seen Kyle Whittingham anywhere but Utah. So how much of his staff was playing a role in that, we're going to find out.
Yeah.
But
would you say Utah is better than Iowa State?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Utah has a huge.
They got more talent. Yeah. They were able to get more talent there. Yeah.
The thing is, if you're Utah, right? So all those players from the Islanders and all those guys, like Utah was always kind of had an inroad to them, and Utah from a talent perspective, people made fun of them that they couldn't do it in the Pac-12 until they went and won the Pac-12 like immediately, but the talent level at Utah has always been like a little better than most of the Midwest. Like they've had a weird advantage there really ever since the Urban Meyer era. And Whittingham made a great use of that consistency. Like he was able to just keep them level. He followed up Urban Meyer, which is not easy to do. And he had a lot of success. You look at Florida. Florida's never been the same. Urban Meyer left and that place went to heck. Right. Yeah. Both him and Ryan Day, I give them a ton of credit for following up Urban Meyer with the success that they have. But the Kyle Whittingham era at Utah, they had way more access to play. Iowa State is the second best team in Iowa, which is that's brutal, man. Imagine being the second best team in Nebraska. That's basically the same process, which I would say, what is that? Like Northwest Directional University of Nebraska is the second best team in Nebraska, right? Like, it's brutal to be the second best team in Iowa. It is. Like, there's no getting around it. So what he did at Iowa State, to me, was really impressive. Like, I can't say enough how impressed I was. And I think that's why Josh Pate likes him so much, because he said, dude, this guy won 11 games and played for the Big 12 championship at Iowa State. That's as tough as winning in Indiana. Like, it is. It's except you don't have a billionaire backing you at Iowa State. There is no billionaire for you.
Mark Rubin,
Yeah, and I remember like a lot of my friends in the military said if Iowa State had a Mark Cuban, Matt Campbell would have been doing what Indiana's doing a while ago.
True.
Right. Yeah. So, and maybe that's true. I don't know. We'll see. But like, I have to be impressed with the way that they seem to understand how to build a program on a foundation. And I like that concept. I think it was really funny. We were talking about this the other day with some of my Army buddies. I have one Army buddy who's boldy. His bold prediction is that in the next 10 years, UCLA, Penn State, and who else did he say? Indiana are going to run the Big Ten. That's what he thinks is going to happen over the next 10 years. I was like,
stocks up for UCLA. Up.
Because he's looking, he said he's like, that's a good coach they got, right? Like, and that was one of the guys that was on Penn State's list. And
I said years ago, Aaron, that the Big Ten would overtake college football over the SEC, and they have.
It's already happened, Like, no offense to the SEC, they still have a lot of good football in the SEC.
Absolutely.
But like, the problem is, and I said this when the super conferences started, I was like, the problem you have with super conferences is that you can only bat 500 against yourself, bud. So somebody's got to lose. Somebody's got to lose. You can't have it. Everybody can't be good at the same time, or you're all going to go 7-5. So,
Jared, ask your question one more time, and then I want Austin to answer it.
For the recruiting? For the ranking? Okay.
Yeah, what's your question?
So, like, when you put, like, the coaching staff with these recruits, like, where would you rank them at being able to bring them up into the, like, college level? Like, from high school to college, who do you think would have the best chance to bring these 3 stars to 4s and 4s to 5?
Yeah. See, the challenging part with that, when you're talking about like Ohio State and Oregon, is they get predominantly 4 and 5 star guys already. Yeah. So again, you still have to develop. You have to make them, 4 and 5 star players as well, which they do a fantastic job of at pretty much every area. So that's kind of hard to evaluate. I would probably say 3 or 4 is fair. Full disclosure, when the job became available here, and Mark knows this, Matt Campbell was like number 1 or number 2 on my list. Like, he was really high.
Number 1.
In part because just seeing his body of work at Iowa State, and again, I know Josh Pate really likes him and is just kind of very complimentary of all of his success. So they're definitely in the top 3 or 4. Just already without having shown a product here in the Big Ten. But that's kind of why I wanted him. In addition, because, I think he does things the right way. Everyone that works for him has spoken so glowingly of who he is as a person, let alone a football coach. His players, like everything like that. It just seems like such a fantastic fit here. I think he's very much in alignment with what we would probably consider, what the brand of Penn State football is, which is physical, hard-nosed, big in the trenches. We're going to get after you. We're going to punish you over and over and over again. And eventually, you're going to fold. Eventually you're going to fold. We're just we're going to out-muscle you. We're going to pound you. We're going to beat you down, and we're going to win football games. So
that
was Joe's thing.
I'll leave with this. So when you think of the coaches that we have had after Joe, between Bill O'Brien and James, something was always a pattern with those 3 guys before Matt Campbell. Joe was probably one of the most ruthless little people. Like, I mean, the guy was probably 5 foot nothing, and yet he was able to bring 6'5" guys down like they were puppets, and he was going to slap them around, let them go back up and do their job. Bill O'Brien, as far as I was remembering, he was basically like, I don't know, like if they're the good comparison, but he was just basically like that bus driver that you had as a kid that basically like drove about like this around. Like he didn't care if you slammed into the windows, you didn't have any seatbelt. He's like, all right, we're getting you to school in 5 minutes, we're gone. Like he just had that type of mentality to me. And James, despite he was basically a wanker at the end of his tenure, he did always kind of approach things with kind of a grit, kind of.
Yeah.
And I feel like hearing all of that, where it's like, well, you see Joe, you see Bill, you see James. Here's Matt. Matt.
There's Matt.
I'm just trying to say, like, this might be the first nice guy Penn State had under the helm. Like,
but at the same time, Jared, Frankie Boy, that's what we call him now, Frankie Boy. He didn't care if the kids went to class or not. There was no discipline at the end of his tenure.
Okay.
The last couple years, zero discipline. That's why it showed on the field. Matt Campbell's bringing back the tradition and the culture to Penn State football they've been in dire need of for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah,
Franklin had to go in there for a minute.
Kind of gives me like a
the
Mr.
culture's
Rogers
gone.
kind of persona. Like he just seems like he's just such a swell dude, and I just feel like I can't wait for the first time where it's going to be like, well, we're going to have to hit some guys, but I think we're going to.
J-Rod,
I'm waiting for like how he looks as a coach on the field and see like does he turn it? Like, is he going to like really kind of like go at him if they're not doing things right? I'm just curious. Is there a side to this guy we haven't seen yet?
Yeah, and I will say, J-Rod, I very much view Matt Campbell. We always used to say this in the military: speak softly but carry a big stick.
Okay.
And
Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay. Yeah, there you go, Teddy Roosevelt. And I've always viewed Matt Campbell as that type of guy. It was kind of who I aimed to be when I was a soldier and in charge of things. I always wanted to be the guy who, listen, I'm not going to yell at you in front of everybody, but you and I need to talk. We're going to talk over here, right? And I'm going to tell you what you're not doing right, and you're going to do it. It's not a question of whether or not you will. Oh, maybe you will. No, there's no maybe. You're going to do it, or I'm going to remove you, right? And
George.
you don't have to be loud in public to make that happen, right? So, but and that was the thing with Franklin. Like Franklin was this guy who was like, he was like pink roses and butterfly wings when it came to the meeting. And then on the field, he would show some. He'd show some life.
But I'm saying that that was the wanker part.
Yeah, but like the problem I always had was, and I always said this with soldiers in the military. This was true too. When you organize a team, if you're not for real, it doesn't matter what organization you put on things. Nobody's buying it, dude. Nobody's buying it internally, and that's going to translate to how you behave as an organization, as a group. Right. So when I talk to my guys, I'd say, like, we're going to do this way. But the most important thing was when I walked out there, I did it too. They saw me do it. I didn't just say, hey, we're an honorable fighting group and I expect every man to carry his weight around here. I carried the weight first so that when I said, you're going to do what I do, and if you can't do it, then you're off this team. Right. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to scream at you. You're a grown man. I expect you to behave like one. Quiet and simple. That's all it has to be. And I said that with one of the first things I noticed when I monitor our practices, where was Matt Campbell in our practice? You couldn't see him half the time because you know where he was? He was the guy throwing the ball
in the middle of it.
He was the guy throwing the ball to the quarterback. He was the guy going over and like walking through the drills with the linemen. He was leading by example.
Yeah.
And I always say, like, you can talk a big game, but your actions are what determines whether people listen to you. Because when I'm listening to somebody, when somebody tells me this and then I see them go and do the complete opposite, I ain't taking them seriously. Who's going to take them seriously, right? So when you're going into a war zone, I need to know I can count on you. When you're going into the trenches, I need to know I can count on you. So if my leader is a guy who leads by example, runs first into the fight, I'm going to follow that dude. I ain't scared. Let's go. Right. I always said you can be as quiet a dude as you want to be, but if you're ultimately a leader by example, people will listen to you and follow you. And I think Matt Campbell exemplifies a lot of that stuff. Watching him in his years at Iowa State, he has his moments where he will get aggressive at Iowa State. And actually, he had a fan who started some shit with him one time for no good reason. And he turns around and his staff had to grab him because he went straight for that dude. There's still video of that. He went right at him. And I was like, oh, man, it would have been funny as heck if he decked that guy. But yeah, from what I've seen of him, he seems to be a guy who, speaks softly, carry a big stick, lead by example. And he ain't afraid to get his hands dirty. He gets down in the dirt. And I think that's why players like him so much. Because even though he asks them to, hey, there's a lot to do. You got to be good at school. You got to be good at this. You got to be good at that. He doesn't tell them to do anything. He's still the first guy in the office at 5 a.m. every day, right? I think he said it himself, sprint to work every day, right? And so I think that's more important than anything is leading by example, by your actions, because we can talk and talk and talk, but when somebody isn't real, it shows in their behavior, right? And if they're not real, you're not going to take them seriously. No.
Yeah. Well, Austin, back in the day when Franklin was hired, because I didn't know much about him. And Austin said he liked the hire because, dude, when he, let's be honest, man, when he was at Vanderbilt, they did pretty good under him. And historically, they were nothing. I remember, I think they got the number one defensive tackle in the one class. I remember watching them celebrate. And Austin wasn't wrong. Dude, he when he started out, man, I liked him. I did. He started out pretty good. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
2014, we did pretty good. 2015, it was, but it's not like we were a horrendous team or anything. 2016 had the Cinderella run. It's all right, man. You got the momentum now. You know what I mean? Yeah. 2014, our first win. He had his first win for us in Ireland against Central Florida. And their coach was, I believe that was the guy that got fired from Notre Dame for lying on his resume. I'm pretty sure that was him.
George O'Leary.
Yeah.
George O'Leary.
Yes, because it was supposed to be O'Brien and O'Leary. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, and I remember watching that game. I'm like, man, we look good. Jordan Lucas was on that team. Christian Hackenberg was on that team. We looked pretty good.
Hackenberg had over 450 yards passing.
Yeah. Yes. And then the year before that, I think, was when we went into the Meadowlands and we beat the piss out of Syracuse. Remember that, Austin?
Yeah,
I do.
That was a season opener. So, Austin thinks this about Matt Campbell as well, but it's a little different because Matt Campbell has just this proven history of Penn State-esque type of
tough football,
resume and development and pulling guys, just making something out of nothing. You know what I mean? Pretty much. So
well, I think you also have to kind of look at the situation too, where when Franklin came in here after O'Brien, the needs of the program were definitely different than what the needs of the program are now. Because again, we were in the heart of the sanctions. 15 was always going to be the worst year. It was always going to be the most challenging year because, quite frankly, I think that is an underrated season for the fact that we did not have a losing season and we didn't have an offensive line.
Yeah, there was no offense.
I remember that.
Zero.
We didn't have a losing record without a line. That's impressive. When you surrender 15 sacks to Temple or whatever, whatever that was.
Was that Joe Moorhead who was the offensive coordinator?
It was Joe Moorhead.
That was John Donovan.
No. Was that Donovan? Was that Donovan still?
Yeah, and then he got booted New Year's Eve or New Year's Day right after the bowl game, and that was a beautiful night. I was so happy. I was so happy because again, I like the Franklin hire, and I remember that night after the bowl game, I said, if Franklin does not fire John Donovan tomorrow, they should get rid of Franklin. and then that night, gone, parted ways. That's it. I was like, thank goodness. But to my point is Penn State after OB. OB was a lot of good things, and he had some challenges with the scholarship limitations. He did not prioritize core foundational pieces of a football program. He did not prioritize O-line. He got good receivers. He got Hack. Skill position guys, tight ends, got Gesicki for the most part. But that left, the trenches kind of barren, which kind of showed up, at least on the offensive line. But the point is, we're no longer in a position where it's like, what do we need? Well, we just need an influx of talent. It's not really what we need anymore. We have a good thing going. We've been recruiting at a pretty high level for the past 10 years. That's kind of behind us. So now it's just a continuation of that process. And can we play a more Penn State-like brand of football? And it took a while for the dynamic to change, because early in Franklin's tenure, we still had big guys. We still had, with OB, Jordan Hill was still here. Then we had Jones was here. Then we had Austin Johnson, who was a big guy on the D-line. Down the line, we had some bigger guys. PJ Mustafer was a bigger guy. Yeah. But after PJ, we started getting progressively smaller and smaller and smaller on the interior.
Getting sparse.
Correct. And here's the thing. To what we talked about is they weren't recruiting those guys anymore. They were just we'll just make them. And it's like, again, that's really hard. So we're at a position now where we just have to get back to the fundamentals, still go after and recruit really good football players. But until all this stuff gets sorted out with, like, is there going to be a cap? Is there going to be a minimum? Whatever. You have to hedge most of that money that you have available to you into the portal to get bona fide products that we know who they are as players, as opposed to just a projection. And I think Campbell is a really good guy to do that. And I know you guys want to talk about some of these latest commits, which I think kind of gives away the game a little bit, because it's kind of the kind of guys that Penn State always used to get.
Yeah, we should talk about them. You guys want to?
I'm heading out, guys. I hope you enjoy the
rest of your
episode.
Thanks, Jared. Have a good night, brother.
Yep.
All
we are.
Penn State.
All right. I can kick you out too, Jerry. Yeah, I wanted to make sure he could talk enough, because he's not going to be on long. But all right. But Brett, what'd you just say?
Oh, we can talk about Case, and we can talk about the new commits. Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. Specifically, yes. Haven't really gotten to that point yet, but overall we've
it's been good,
recruiting. But Case and well, Austin, you've given your thoughts on the recruiting, but these are two of the latest guys that Brett and I have not talked about yet. So collectively, but Dylan McGee and Case Alexander, these are the two of the latest guys. So
I guess probably start with Case, I guess. I mean, does this guy not just look like a Penn State linebacker?
Yep.
Like this is classic sideline to sideline Mike linebacker, probably.
Yep.
Like that's what they look like. Like that's the model. That's exactly what I was talking about. Love the tape, great instincts, really good speed, sideline to sideline linebacker capability. Can pass rush a little bit. Probably not going to be a guy that's probably not a guy that can also play edge. I don't see that really. Maybe he turns into that. I don't know. But you look at that guy, you're bringing him in, you're getting him into the linebackers room. Dan Connor, it's I think he's going to be really good. Just based on the tape. Also, per 247, he's an 89 overall, so kind of on that cusp 3 to 4 star. That's a 4-star player. There's what linebacker is he? 24th at his position. There's no way there are 23 backers better than that guy.
No way.
Nope.
Impossible.
I don't buy it.
And that's what T Frank said. T Frank's very good at breaking it down, and he's like, there's no way.
Yeah.
He's no sense.
He's a little bit like he's not as fast as Tony Rojas, but he plays like that. Like he's the same type of size coming out of high school. Like Tony might be 6'2", close to 6'3", but same type of player. He'll probably start at Will or Sam, probably will, and then grow into a Mike linebacker or sophomore or junior year after he puts on a few pounds, but because he's like 210 right now, 208, something like that. But yeah, he's very smart. Like that's what I've noticed. His instincts are really good. He knows how to read. He could definitely be in there for some blitz packages for sure. But yeah, he's not some guy you're probably going to see on the line like an Abdul Carter type or anything like that. But yeah, like one of the first plays I saw him, he was reading the play. They pass it to the flat, and he just drills the guy. And then after he drills him, tackles him to the ground and like buries him. So like that's what you want to have a linebacker to bury a guy and to put them on their deathbed, right? So like that's what you want. Good tackler for sure.
I wanted to ask you something, Austin, while I had you, because I haven't gotten to be on with you a lot. I wanted to ask you what you thought about my hypothesis regarding James Franklin and his staffing at Penn State and how critically he needed his staffing. Before you answer, I want to give you a little bit of data that I had looked over.
Austin's a data guy.
Yeah, I'm a big data guy. So, like, without Moorhead or Diaz as his offensive or defensive coordinators, James Franklin's win percentage was .649, and 33 of his 43 losses came in those periods. With Moorhead or Diaz, he was .811 win percentage and only had 10 losses. His offensive split never was better than 47th nationally without Joe Moorhead. That was the best offense he ever managed without Joe Moorhead. Defensive, he's never been better than 18th without Manny Diaz. Do you think James Franklin is staff dependent as a football coach?
To achieve success, yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, and he kind of sold this too now at Vatek, where he was basically talking about like ultimately when I'm hiring staff or I'm hiring offensive coordinators, but it's still my offense. When Joe Moorhead was here, it was not James Franklin's offense. It was Joe Moorhead's offense.
It was very clearly his. Yeah.
Period. Yep. It was not his. So the fact that he kind of gave that away, it's like, yeah, I hired these guys. I hire, and again, that is supported by what we saw on the field these last two seasons with Andy Kotelnicki, because there were some discrepancies. There were some things that like Andy wasn't doing before, and now they were doing it more here. So again, and I think I probably said it at some point on a show, but I know I definitely talked to Mark about it. The fact of the matter is, if you are going to go out, which I'm in my opinion, I think you should always go try to get best available. If you're going to go out and you're going to pay a top of the line offensive coordinator, an elite coordinator to come in and coordinate your offense, you do not interfere with the process. You let them do what they are a master at, period. That's it. Again, it almost seemed like after Joe Moorhead, and what I will say is I think Ricky Ronnie did a pretty good job after Joe, after kind of like being a little bit mentored by Joe and kind of observing some of that stuff. He did a pretty good job after that. But the point is, where it shows up the most is in key, critical, down and distance, and situations in the game. The master coordinators will press the right button or pull the right lever at the appropriate time in crunch time when it matters the most. That's why they are the best. That's what makes them the best. So I do think there was a large degree of that. I do think there were probably some instances where you had a Manny Diaz and Joe Moorhead for sure. Because I mean, 2016 they win the Big Ten championship. That offensive line was not nearly as good as it was the past 2 years.
No,
it was much better than 15, obviously, where we didn't have anybody. But the point is, relative to where they're at now in the trenches on the offensive line, wasn't even close. It's not even close. So the ability to be that productive with some pretty obvious liabilities and limitations in the trenches was a masterful job by Joe Moorhead. So I think that's exactly right. That makes perfect sense as to why that would be. Now, what I will say is there's probably a lot of head coaches where that is the case, where when they have top of the line, the only guys, and you will see a discrepancy, but it will be smaller, is like a guy like Saban or something. But the point is, they were also at Alabama. They were getting the best players at every position anyway. So it's like
they were 3 deep everywhere.
It's like, well, how great do you have to be to have the great players go play great? You have to still be good, but again, the variance will just be smaller. It'll be masked by just the total talent of the team. But the point is, I think you're correct. I think pretty heavily dependent on staffing. I think pretty heavily, particularly for actual wins and losses, on the quality and the freedom in which he gives his coordinators.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, just so you guys know, the offensive and defensive splits look like this. Without Moorhead and Diaz, 47th, 18th, 26th average. With Moorhead or Diaz, top 10, top 10, top 8.
Yeah, that's diabolical. I mean,
I guess it's diabolical. Yeah, is the word.
Yeah, that's the word for it. I mean, just outrageous. But I mean, the data is great, but we knew that. I mean, we knew it. You could feel it. We knew it for sure. I just wanted to touch on real quick because we were pretty much done with the recruiting, but we forgot to mention Dylan McGee. So let's talk about him real quick, and then we can move on. Because we brought up Case Alexander, but now it's Dylan McGee. Dylan McGee. So, fun fact. I mean, you guys probably know Dylan McGee was recruited by James Franklin and the old staff, so he was familiar with Penn State. He was recruited by them. He always liked them. Obviously, Terry Smith was here, so that's a big key factor in that. The dude's an absolute legend. But Dylan McGee was a +1 because we had 4 cornerbacks committed and then 2 decommitted. You guys know Zachary Gleason and Samaje Robinson. They just kicked out of the class for unknown reasons, but just not the right culture fit. So we needed to add another one. So that +1 became, okay, well, this +1 is just as good as the guys that we just had. We were just already stacked in the class because of when these kids committed. So he comes up for official visit. So Dylan McGee silently committed. He said, I'm coming here. And then same type of stuff that happened. I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but the silent commitment, that wasn't the only player who silently committed. Khalil Taylor silently committed. Deshaun Hall silently committed. They're not both gone. I mean, Deshaun Hall's gone. He's at Auburn. Khalil Taylor, we'll see. It's rocky right now. But he already committed to Penn State silently. But now the agents are messing all this up. So I don't like agents, obviously, because of this. And this is the thing. Like, I get it. The agents are doing their job. But if you want to go to a school, you shut it down. You shut down you're the person committing. I don't care what your agent says, whatever. You tell them, that's great, but like, I'm coming here. This is where I'm committing. So that's up to the kids. And I get it. There's a lot of money talking, a lot of cars being thrown at players and stuff like that. Dodge Durango, I guess, for Deshaun Hall down in Auburn. That's what happened with him. But back to Dylan McGee. He silently committed. His agent said, no, you're going to go to Texas on an official visit coming up this weekend. So Dylan McGee called the staff and said, I'm really sorry. My agent set this up. So he called and apologized. He wasn't like, there was no ill intent with that, right? He went to Texas. And then I think that's why this makes this so funny. He said, for the next 3 to 4 years, I'll be committing to Texas, puts the hat on for like a full minute. I'm like, I'm not losing it, but I'm like, what's going on here? I thought he was committing to Penn State.
Right.
A minute goes by, he's like, nah, I'm committing to Penn State. So, yeah, I know that was a wild goose chase to get to that point, but Dylan McGee, obviously, Terry Smith, he knows Terry Smith is an absolute beast of a coach. He's the most authentic human being he'll ever meet, one of the best coaches he'll ever meet, and one of the best people he'll ever meet. So why would you not play for him? 6'1", he's long, very fast. Runs like a 10.6, runs about a 10.6, and he does it so fluidly and effortlessly. Like, he just runs down the field. Doesn't even look like he's trying. He'll be in a bad position, and his recovery is elite. He'll be at a bad angle, flip his hips, and his hips aren't impeccable. Like, he has good hips, like, when it comes to the cornerback position, but it's just his speed and recovery when it comes to getting in the right spot that makes him such a good corner. So he's not perfect. He has a lot of potential, and Terry Smith can coach him up, but he plays hard. Probably not a super big tackler, but he did get injured last year. So he was wearing something on his wrist and hand. He had one of the wrapped up. I think he injured something lower body too. So he was playing dinged up.
He did, yeah.
But he was playing dinged up, but still plays with a lot of effort. He's a Joey Porter Jr. body type. Not as long arms as Joey Porter Jr., but that's what he looks like when he plays. So put him on man coverage. That's something I think he'll be able to do at an elite level, and he already plays zone very well. So I like it. Good pickup for Penn State.
Yeah,
I think he was jumping in this picture.
yeah.
See that? Looks like he's like mid jump.
The other thing too with him, like, kudos to him, because this is something a lot of young players don't do, is the agents are, as you said, Brett, like, they're playing a role that maybe they shouldn't be playing at times. Where I think they're misleading a lot of these guys into bad situations in the name of lining their own pockets. Obviously, the agents get a portion of benefits based on what you get paid, and so they're always trying to max out your pay, maybe to your detriment as a football player. And I think a lot of young guys haven't gotten good advice there to be like, hey, just remember, man, this agent's not your friend. Okay, he's a business partner. And it seems like Dylan McGee either got that good advice or carried that good advice himself and kind of went, we're done shopping around. I know where I need to be for my benefit. I'm going to Penn State.
Yep.
And I think he made a good choice. They say, like, yeah, you can transfer later until you can't when they make the new rules, which may happen here. So if that ends up being the case, Godspeed, Peter Bork. But it's just one of those things that I think a lot of these agents, it's becoming an issue where, because these aren't licensed agents either, right? Like, these guys are just people off the street half the time. Just like, oh, I'm his agent because he just decided I was. Cool. I'm going to negotiate his contract. I can't imagine being one of these people that works at a university who has to negotiate with these guys, and this dude walks in the door and you're like, so what's your professional experience? You used to work at a Hardee's? Okay.
Okay.
How are we supposed to negotiate with this guy?
That's what I mean, Aaron. I think Penn State's ahead of it. Like, they know these agents are freaking BS. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be regulations, I think.
They need something. Yeah.
Well, and just real quick, the biggest thing we didn't even mention was we beat Oklahoma with Case Alexander, his home state, by the way, and his dad went there, a legend, right? That went there. And just beat Texas and SMU out of his home state for Dylan McGee to come to Penn State. So that doesn't happen. To win one of those is insane. To win two back-to-back is unheard of. So
yeah, and that's just relationships, man. Like, that's impressive.
Well, and again, and I've heard a couple of naysayers like, oh, well, those big time schools weren't going after him super hard. They definitely were. They were. Yeah. Because again, the tape does not lie. The amount, again, for McGee, it's more of a projection because again, high school, how much you're going to get thrown at, whatever. But he did have that lower body injury. I watched that part of his tape where like he's literally limping on the field, still trying to play through it, and he actually makes the tackle. Really, really good player, great prototypical size. And for those not super familiar with like the metric conversion, running in like a 10.6 100 meter, that's kind of about a 4.4. So for the 40, so very, very, very good speed
in high school.
and again in high school, and you know how much he probably has some good actual sprinting instruction probably coming out of Texas, but I don't know what it actually is. But again, you get into the collegiate program, you get stronger, you get a little bit faster, probably, maybe even getting down into the high 4.3s, perhaps. He has the capability to do it. And at 6'1", like, man, like the NFL's looking for those guys, man. You know, like speed and 6'1", like, all right, that's awesome. So fantastic pickup there. Again, in my opinion, it's tough to kind of evaluate these based on the tape, but from a physical projection, definitely a 4-star athlete from athleticism perspective. Undervalued by the recruiting services, in my opinion. I know someone mentioned Peter Bork as well. Very curious, very interesting. However, what I would say is because obviously I wasn't on to talk about it, and when you guys covered it, but like Will Wood's pretty good, man.
He's
like
good.
his tape looked really good. So I'm very pleased with I'm very pleased to get that commitment too, because he just looks good. He just looks like a very, very good, poised, accurate passer.
His only weakness really is, well, height, if you want to look at that as a weakness, and his release is a little bit long. That's the only thing he can work on. His wind-up's a little long, and we all know that he knows that. He's working on it. Other than that,
you watch him play, that he had no offensive line.
He was running for his life every play.
Every play, man.
His improvisation is amazing, and it's because his line sucks. But there will be some refinements of his footwork and throwing off of both feet and not throwing midair. Like, he can do it, but let's fine tune that into a more sustainable form for college football. And Austin, like you said, Peter Bork, like, dude, I don't know, but
that's gotta be
that's how,
right? Like,
well, that's how Peyton Falzone was too. Real quick about Will Wood, like throwing off like his form and everything. Same type of thing in high school.
Absolutely.
Big thing I would say with that too, though, is I'm very optimistic as far as like where the quarterback development is going to go under the new staff too. Because like, again, we looked at a lot of guys here. Obviously we'll talk about Aller, being the most recent guy, but like, you look at Rocco Becht, like Rocco Becht's footwork is very efficient. And
it is.
Like, Aller's footwork was not efficient at all. It's almost like his drops were different like every snap, kind of. Which is why I wanted to mention this earlier when Jared was still here. But I'm very interested to see how his mechanics develop, particularly his footwork with the Steelers, because they can coach. And he's gonna be able to sit behind Rodgers and all that kind of stuff and pick up hopefully a ton, because I do think he's a really sharp kid. So I'm interested to see how that goes. But again, it lends itself to the development capabilities that I think this staff has. And I think the couple of pieces that they added, not from Iowa State, I think were really good. As far as the D-line coach and was it Huggins or whatever from New Jersey?
We have 3 defensive coordinators on defense. That's what we've been talking about. It's crazy.
That's
basically.
And again, I think you look at the way the staff was built out, like, keeping Terry Smith, bringing in these other guys, former defensive coordinators, etc., at other places. Matt Campbell knows how to build a staff. Like this was very well thought out as to how he wanted to go about and approach this. It made a ton of sense. So I think the product is going to be good. I think, again, they're going to be ready to play every week, every snap. It's not because I feel like sometimes we would, and I feel like Mark and I probably said this to each other more times than we would ever care to admit. But like, okay, the game starts, we come out, and it's like, do they even know what they're doing?
Right.
Do they? Nope. Are they even awake? How many times? Okay, we're going out on offense. Bam, 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 3-and-out punt. Like,
right.
Come on.
That's what three or four walkthroughs will do to you instead of one.
Yeah.
Well, and you get like there's any number of possibilities what the problem was there. I did want to answer George regarding Chaz Coleman. I'm going to start there. My understanding is supposedly Chaz Coleman has some head injury and vertigo that has played a role in possibly some of the decision making ever since he got the injury, maybe. And that has been playing a role in some of the problems he's had. Now, I don't know how true that is, if that's an excuse for maybe some bad decisions that were made. I can't say for sure. But what I will say is, Chaz Coleman's a good example of the warning of don't just go and transfer for money, because you might find that you don't fit in at the place you went to, and you'd be surprised what that can do to you. And it might just be that he got to Tennessee and realized this was a mistake. Maybe he listened. Again, you listen to your agent instead of, looking at what was best for you as a person. The $2 million is great. Don't get me wrong, bro. But like, if you can sacrifice $500,000 now for $70 million later, you do it. Right. And that's not something like, look, I'm not going to act like I was that smart when I was 19. I wasn't brilliant when I was 19. I probably still would make the decision to do what was best for my career, but that's only because my parents taught me that at a very young age and were very aggressive about it. Like, hey, don't sacrifice the future for the here and now, right? But it's hard to say what exactly happened. And then to answer Tech Fanatic, Cole Sullivan only had one visit with Penn State. I don't think there was much interest on either end.
Yeah, and I want to say this too. A guy like that coming into Penn State right now, we do have a pretty good linebacker room. And, that's really something Franklin would do. He would bring you in just because, like, it's another guy, but that doesn't mean it's going to work.
Yeah, my guess would be the
but yeah, he's a Pittsburgh guy. Like, I get it, but I mean,
it could have been because he wasn't that interested. It could have been because we weren't that interested. Who knows? But
I mean, just as an example, and I'm not trying to rant on Franklin or anything right now. It's just they have 4 quarterbacks, dude. Like, and they're I don't know how that's going to work. Like majority of them are not going to play. So you bring in like a Cole Sullivan, and I mean, I don't know that like what's he going to do for us? Really, is like what's he going to do for us? We kind of have enough guys there, truly, that you know what I mean. So
yeah, you're not going to field him over Tony Rojas. You're not like. Probably not. And then also when we're getting bigger and more physical, not that he wasn't a good sized dude. He's a decent sized dude, but it's pretty clear the direction that Matt Campbell wants to take the team. I don't know that Cole Sullivan was a great fit for it in his style. His style probably works really well with Brett Venables, but Brett Venables likes fast linebackers, which works for him, but it depends on your defensive style. So most likely there just wasn't, again, you only get one visit with a guy. That means that the interest wasn't that high from usually both sides if it's only one visit. But
yeah. But we should talk about Chaz Coleman. Like with Austin on here tonight and Brad, as long as you can, like there's stuff with Austin, like Brendan Sorsby, Chaz Coleman, stuff that I want to cover with Austin. But Chaz Coleman is the next thing I wanted to talk about. Like, he's off the team now, and I personally feel bad for the kid. I don't really know what happened, but he was a Nittany Lion. He committed to Penn State.
Yeah.
I wish he would have stayed with us. I don't think the staff truly wanted him to stay, and maybe that's why. I don't know, but at the end of the day, this kid he's very talented. I mean, I was talking to Austin earlier. He's a Sean Oakman type of talent. He's a freak. He's a physical freak. He has a motor. He's a good football player. I've said it in the past. His DNA is a football player. That is in his DNA. He's an athlete. He's a D1 athlete.
Yeah,
his DNA is playing football
and basketball.
You can't just can't take that away from someone, you know. So there's something going on there. You know what I mean?
I'll say my piece on it and then I'll head off because my legs it's cramping up bad. So Chaz Coleman. Yeah, I mean, obviously this story's been going on for quite a while. This and the Sorsby headline are the two biggest headlines on the offseason so far, until something comes out of Virginia Tech that we don't know about right now. Then we'll talk about that. So whatever the news is there. But yeah, Chaz Coleman. Yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic and have empathy for people who are going through something hard. I've gone through some hard things, right? So I can understand. We don't know the whole story. None of us probably will. We're not in Chaz Coleman's mind right now. Obviously, severe vertigo and the concussion he had. That you're not going to be yourself. If that's the case, what they're talking about, then flashing money and doing all this stuff, being homesick, a combination of things, right? It's only going to deteriorate your mental health and make things a lot harder for you at a new school. So, and he's 19 years old too. So, there is that too. He's a kid. He's still a kid. So, I mean, it's unfortunate for Tennessee and unfortunate for him that he can't play football this year. Hopefully he's able to heal and get the help he needs and is able to play football next year. I mean, who knows where he's going to go, but it's one of those things. A lot of people are, making memes and making fun of him and stuff like that. And yeah, he did commit to Penn State. He wasn't at any line for a short period of time. He should have stayed at Penn State. I think Penn State is well equipped to deal with situations like this. At the end of the day, he probably still wouldn't have been medically cleared to play, obviously, but I think they would have handled things a little bit differently because they would have knew him more. Terry Smith was around him for a whole year last year as the interim head coach. So, yeah, I mean, I hope he gets the help. I hope he gets the help he needs, and I hope he's all right medically. And
hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Aaron. The vertigo, that's a real thing, huh? That's a real story.
Yeah, supposedly. Supposedly he's been suffering from head trauma and vertigo since last season. Supposedly that injury he took, I forget what game it was in.
Yeah, because he didn't really play for us last year. He played an Ohio State game.
He played a couple of games, and then he got hurt, and supposedly that injury was more severe than we realized at the time.
Yep.
That's what's being said anyway.
Yep.
I can't, verify any of that, but suffice it to say, if it's true, he may be suffering from a head injury, which can be, as we've seen with chronic brain injuries, it can alter people's personalities. It can alter their perspective. Yep. He may have one of those types of serious injuries, and so. Obviously, if that's the case, I wish him the best. That sucks.
Look at Antonio Brown. I mean,
well, yeah,
destroyed that man.
I want to say this real quick too. I've said it before. I had concussions when I played football, and it's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. It's very serious stuff. I mean, I Brett's wearing sunglasses right now. I used to wear sunglasses to class because my eyes would water, my head hurt so bad. I literally, the one concussion I had, the girl I was dating didn't even recognize her in school. I mean, that's how bad. I was in the hospital the night before because I got knocked out. I mean, it's serious stuff, man, and that's just high school, Yeah. So that is very possible that this kid is suffering from that, and of course, the internet's gonna be the internet and just make fun of them. And
Yeah.
like, there's certain troll pages I follow. They make funny memes, but bro, they're just ruthless. They don't care. Like, karma will get
No,
them.
that's how the internet always is. Right.
But real quick, I want to show you guys something. It's pretty cool. You ready? Oh, hold on. When I can get it.
And George, I wouldn't be surprised if his agent did push him into something, because again, they get paid based on what you get paid, and that's always been the law of agents.
They don't care about the player.
Most
of them don't.
Most of them don't. There are good ones who do, but most of them don't.
All right, I'm going to try to get it now. Ready? Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Dylan McGee followed you?
Yeah, Brett, did he follow you yet?
No, I was hoping he would.
That's crazy.
I followed both of his pages. He'll follow me at some point.
I'm gonna hit him up and be like, yo, man, we're talking about you right now.
Yeah. Well, I say if he's watching by chance, welcome to Penn State, Dylan.
Hop on tune in. We're gassing you up.
I commented on his thing. I said, bro, you had us with Texas, man. You put the hat on.
Yo, I should message him and be like, yo, man, were you jumping in your 247 pitch?
He's gonna be like, unfollow. I'm done.
He's like, no, I was practicing my vertical. But yeah, Austin, what do you think about you didn't talk about this yet, did you, on here?
About Chaz?
Speaking of concussions, I can't remember if you did or not.
Yeah, about Chaz. Yeah, I mean, it just stinks, man. Like, if that's the case, like,
it sucks.
Yeah.
The issue, and again, for the sake of speculation, let's just say that medical story is accurate. It's like, if that persists for any length of time, like, he might just be done. Like, he just might not be able to play at all ever again.
Yeah.
Which is horrible.
Yeah.
So again, he committed here. In the recruiting class, I thought he was really good. Turns out he had a ton of talent. Flashed some stuff here early. Played early. He was undersized, so that kind of was a little bit of a liability and all those things. But the point is, it's mostly just about his health. If that's what it is, and he's got to get that taken care of, and I hope that he does, because if he can get back to kind of where he was, someone's gonna give him a shot again.
I think
he is super talented. So if that is the case, obviously, hope nothing but the best for him, and I hope he can get back into playing shape and also feeling like himself and being 100% healthy again. I feel like the challenge is sometimes people are just trying to be funny, but like, if you're really talking crap on him or this or that, the other thing, it's like, man, you don't know. Like, it could be something super serious, and you're out here running your mouth. Someone's out here running their mouth about him not going or not being with the team or whatever. It's like, man, we're not 100% sure what it is. If it's something serious, it's like, you just look like an idiot if you're doing that.
Yeah, and I don't mean to like harp too much on the concussion thing, but there's clearly something going on, man. And that is a very serious thing. Like, and it doesn't just affect the person that's going through it. It affects the people around them too. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and I would say this: if you're Chaz Coleman and you ever see this, I know football is your life. Does not mean that it will be, and it doesn't have to be. I've been a forklift driver, a soldier, a satellite communications engineer, and now I'm a network solutions architect. Life changes fast, man. So don't let this beat you down. If it is that you can't play football anymore, because I guarantee you can do something else and you'll find another purpose.
There's always another calling.
Yeah. But I think were we talking about Brendan Sorsby as well? Because
I was gonna say
that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump off, guys.
All right.
But
Have a good night, Brett.
Yeah, good stuff, guys. Good seeing you, Austin, Aaron,
Likewise.
Mark. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
See you, man.
See you, Brett. Yeah, like the whole thing is with Chaz, or I'm sorry, Brandon Sorsby. You know, we're talking about people that could play again, and he deserves to. Chaz Coleman is someone who deserves to play again because of what he went through, and that's a guy who could play again. He should play again. Brandon Sorsby, though, that's just not cool, man. You know, that's just not cool what he did. So this is a different story, you know, so we can talk about that too. But Austin, you start because Aaron and I have spent hours, literally hours talking about that. So
yeah, you know, when it comes to that situation in athletics, there's just some things that are just straight up taboo. And the gambling situation, like that's just one of them. Everybody knows this. Like everyone knows it. And again, the league has rules about this. MLB has rules. All the pro sport, they have obvious rules about this. Now, again, if it's an addiction problem, then I go and get the treatment and get that sorted out, because obviously you don't want to run into those problems. But there's just some obvious stuff that you just can't do. And that's a pretty obvious thing that you can't. And then now with the whole thing with like, I don't even want to do it because I hate them so much, but it's like the NCAA tried to enforce obvious rules that make sense in athletics.
Right.
And then you just go to a judge and sue them and get an injunction and what, like all this. It's just it's like, I never thought I'd be going to bat for the NCAA, but like they were correct this time. Yeah, like that was the correct thing. Yeah. And now everything has just been, everything just turns into this legal battle at this stage of the game, because when you're throwing around all this money, there has to be rules. There has to be a cap. There has to be parameters. There has to be a very clearly defined framework for which we are operating. And that's where now I get to do the fun thing, which is crap on the NCAA, which they didn't set up. They just said, okay, let's do it. And that's it. And then now we're here. But on that front, they were right. Like, it is what it is. And then it was, well, now I'm going to declare for the supplemental draft. Nope. Because again, that is a big taboo. Known, the NFL is not going to tolerate anything like that. That is,
and I was actually a little surprised by that, Austin, because I was kind of expecting there to be enough interest from NFL teams that they might pull it off and get the supplemental. But that surprised me a little bit that they were just straight.
Yeah, I thought they would for sure. Like,
and from what from what I understand, I mean he's a good player. But and from what I understand, he can't play CFL ball either.
No,
I just saw that today. So, I guess he's just gonna do nothing for a year, or not nothing. Like, you can still train and whatever, but like, I don't want to seem like I'm coming down too hard on, a collegiate football player, but I think this is a really good lesson for a lot of people to remember, and I think in some circumstances we've kind of maybe lost sight of this. Actions and decisions have consequences. This is a consequence. Now he has to deal with it. There again, if you want to have the opportunity, fine. You get to play college football. Now you get to make a crap ton of money potentially playing college football.
Right.
Don't screw it up.
Yeah.
It's critical. There are rules and stipulations. There are things that you just cannot do in sport. You want to play in the big leagues. You want to play. You want to be a big time adult, a big time athlete. Get all this money. make sure you're handling your business appropriately.
Right.
It's never been more important than now.
I want to hear what you think about this, Austin, because this is something that's bothered me about sports and the penalties that have come in the NCAA for years. And it frustrates the heck out of me, and I yell at fan bases for it constantly, which is people will go, well, but Brendan Sorsby didn't kill anybody. He didn't DUI. He didn't do these things. And I go, that's right. Those are called laws. Laws are enforced by the government, not by an NCAA sports agency. We're talking about sports rules. Do you know why we have rules? We have rules because if we are not playing by the same rules, we are not playing the same game, which defeats the entire purpose of competition. Why does Monopoly have the same rules for everybody? Because if you cheat, you're not playing Monopoly. It is not different for a sport. The NCAA has no authority over a DUI. In fact, I think it's part of the reason they're in trouble with the government. I think it's why they can never seem to win in court, because everybody hates them because they overstep their bounds constantly. And judges don't appreciate it when a sports organization tries to step into the law as if they have some authority there, which they don't. In this case, this is the weird situation to me where it's reversed, and the law has no business stepping into the NCAA's authority on this matter, because this is not a violation of the law. This is a violation of the sports rules, which he agreed to play by. And the NCAA should have full authority on this one. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I agree. I don't think that's an outlandish position. I think that just makes sense. I think that makes perfect sense, to be honest. There is a contract in which you are obliged to follow when you play any sport. When you play whatever, you're playing high school sports in Pennsylvania, you're now governed by the PIAA. It is what it is. Like, there are rules and regulations that you are default opting into when you decide to play at any level. And again, that even goes beyond the overarching sport. You're a university. Guess what? They have rules too. If you screw up there, they can just boot you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they can do that. That's well within their rights. That's well within their authority. But again, you're correct. This isn't a legal question, or it has anything to do with any kind of a crime or laws or anything like that. So I don't even know why. In my opinion, it should have not even been heard, to be honest with you. Because it's just out of jurisdiction. What does it have to do with the legal system? Nothing. It has nothing to do with it. So, and again, that's where on this rare occasion, which if you recall from when I was a mainstay on the show, I don't think I ever defended the NCAA, but for the first time in history that I've talked about the NCAA, they got this one right. And the system, the larger system, the governmental system, stuck its nose where it shouldn't have, and it got it wrong.
Yeah. And I was pointing us out on the show at one point too, where like I think a lot of people misunderstood what that injunction actually means, where it was like, you have to understand that's a Texas Circuit Court injunction. The only reason it worked at all is because Brendan Sorsby plays for Texas Tech and lives in Texas. Mm-hmm. If he is anywhere else, that injunction is toilet paper for their system. They don't care. Pennsylvania doesn't care about points you get on a driver's license in Texas. So completely irrelevant, right? And so I pointed out that the only reason it worked at all is that he lives in Texas and he plays for a Texas team. And therefore that Texas Circuit Court can put this little shield over him right there. But that's it. And as far as and that's why the NCAA, even though that injunction existed, the NCAA never lifted his suspension because they don't have to. That Texas Circuit Court can't make them lift it.
The other thing is, even if the same thing happened and you were seeking relief from a court, at the very bare minimum, that should have to be seen by an appellate court.
I do agree with that, yeah.
Because you can't just have some homer circuit court justice who's like a Texas Tech fan or something ruling on like, can the Texas Tech quarterback play? It's like what should happen in a situation like that is the judge should recuse themselves because bias, like conflict of interest. Hello.
Conflict of interest, yeah. Yeah, and I agree with that too. It's one of those things that's and that's a flaw in the U.S. court system, right? Like,
correct.
That's supposed to be taken care of. It doesn't really work that way. But the thing that stood out to me was the NCAA never lifts his suspension because they don't have to, and that was something I think that gets lost because there's this tendency to just highlight, oh, he got an injunction and therefore this doesn't happen anymore. Like, no. He got an injunction, which means that he's protected in the state of Texas from punishment. He's not protected anywhere else. So if Colorado decided we're going to get a restraining order against him to keep him off of the grounds of Colorado University, well, he couldn't play there if they get that restraining order because in the state of Colorado, he would have that protection, right? Like that defense against him would exist, and the state of Colorado does not have to honor the Circuit Court of Texas. Correct. They only do it out of respect for one another, essentially, when they do that. But I thought that was something that was important to understand because I think that gets lost a lot of times when these things happen. Is that, it seems like the Court of Texas has a lot of authority. It doesn't really have that much authority. It's just in its little locale, it can put this little shield over him for a temporary period of time.
The thing that is just like astounding to me, because I've heard this too, where it's like, oh, well, they didn't kill someone. It's like, okay, why are we going to like the worst possible thing ever? And we're talking about sports. Like the fact that we go from like, well, it wasn't as bad as like one of the worst things. I'm like, and like, first off, sports, we all can acknowledge that life is not fair. We all know this. But like in sports, like to your point, we have to make the rule set as fair as possible and uniform for all members that are competing in the sport, because then that is how we see who actually is better, who is not as good, who has done a good job of developing and expressing their mastery of their craft. That is the point. So that's what we all should strive for. That's what I strive for. Like, again, I'm watching a Penn State game and the officials make a absolutely horrendous call. Even if it's on the other team, I can still sit there and be like, that was a terrible call. That wasn't even close. So again, I think it's fantastic to be a fan of your team. Again, I'm a huge Penn State fan. I'll never not be a Penn State fan. But the fact of the matter is that my love for Penn State it fits within the confines of my love and respect for the integrity of the game.
Right.
So I'm not going to be out here asking for special treatment within the game, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what it's about. You have to play by the same rule set, period. Just is what it is.
Yeah. And it's like, you say that too, is I used to say that about baseball. People ask, what about the steroid era in baseball? I'd say, well, steroids became illegal in 1996. If they took steroids before that, I don't care, because everybody was allowed to do it. And it was fair then. Right.
Well,
but in 1996, it wasn't fair anymore if you took them. Now you're cheating, because the official stance is we don't do this anymore.
Right.
So, and I said, like, if you tell me Jose Canseco, if you can prove that he didn't take them after 1996, then I don't think he should be punished because it wasn't against the rules. But the rules of the sport is all that matters, because it's a sport, right? It's all about the spirit of the competition. So if you're not playing by the spirit of the competition, if you're cheating, you're trying to undermine the entire purpose of the sport. It's literally the whole point of competition. It's the whole reason we play games, right? Like, that's the whole point.
Why it's entertaining.
Yeah, if you're not playing by the rules, you're not playing the game. What's the point of that, right?
If let's say you love soccer. You're watching the World Cup, and it doesn't matter. We pick a team, USA or Argentina or anybody. It doesn't matter. For some reason, they are allowed to pick up the ball and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
The game is no longer interesting because that team's never going to lose. Everyone else has to use their feet only, but this team can pick it up and run with it.
Right.
No one's beating that team. So it is now no longer a competition. It is no longer entertaining because you have a disproportionate utilization of the rules. You have exceptions to the rules. There are teams that are getting special treatment. They don't have to abide by the same rules. The one thing I will say on the PED point is the more and more I go into it, the less and less I even care, to be completely honest, because whatever, Barry Bonds, Mark McGuire, whatever you want to look at. It's just one of those things where they were fantastic, whether they took the drugs, they were fantastic. They just were.
That's fair.
And again, it's one of those situations where it's like, out of every home run, can you sit there and be like, well, that was a home run because he took steroids? It's like there's no methodology for doing that.
Yeah.
Now, again, if it's against the rules, it's against rules, period. Right. But, and I don't want to get too controversial, so I won't get super controversial. But, okay, for the folks that are watching, I'm going to say something that maybe you don't know or whatever. Olympic athletes, many of them definitely take PEDs.
Yeah.
I know
it's true.
Crazy. I know I might have shocked some of you, but
it's not just the Olympics either. It's no,
it's a lot of athletes. Yeah, I've always been of the opinion, like with Barry Bonds and them, it's like, look, if you prove that they cheated, then they cheated. If you didn't prove it, then
put them in the Hall of Fame.
It is, at the end of the day, you can be as certain about it as you want to be. It's hypothetical if you haven't proven it. There's a reason we have a due process, right? I understand you can be like, Barry Bonds obviously told him. Like, oh, you can feel that way. That's fine. But you got to prove it, dude. Like, you just have to. And
Aaron,
I've always been of that opinion that if you suspect something, then pursue it and prove it. If you can't prove it, then all you did was prove that you're probably wrong. But
yeah.
One quick thing on Barry Bonds, for example. Okay. Let's say he took PEDs. Okay. The PEDs did absolutely zero for the efficiency of his swing, his hand-eye coordination, and anything that resembled any of his technical ability at swinging a baseball bat. It did absolutely nothing for any of those things. Zero.
Yeah, I would agree with that because Barry Bonds was a great baseball player before he was suspected.
Period.
Mark McGuire.
Yeah. And the Mark McGuire too. Yeah, they were already great ball players before they were ever suspected of it. Rafael Palmeiro too. But I guess the question is just, did you cheat to get an advantage? If you did, you're not playing the same sport, which means, and that's the only justification I would give to if you prove that they did it.
Correct.
You can block them from the Hall of Fame because they weren't playing the sport everybody else was. So how can you put them in the Hall of Fame for it?
Correct. But if you can't prove it, they should be in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. And I think like a lot of people will say that Texas Tech did this with Brendan Sorsby. They tried to say, oh, if LSU did it, you all would just let it go. I'm sorry, what? Last time I checked, LSU can barely brush their nose without it being a story on television. Like this idea that small schools can't get away with stuff. I'm sorry, dude. Last time I checked, the schools under the most scrutiny in these sports are the biggest schools. They're the ones that get checked the most. They're the ones that get audited the most.
Yeah.
Like, I think people make this stuff up in their heads. I bet you anything, if you're a coach at James Madison, you can get away with crazy stuff because the NCAA just doesn't care about you. Like, honestly, they just don't. And I think that's why sometimes a lot of coaches will come from the small programs where they were maybe up to something, and then they get to the bigger programs and all of a sudden they can't seem to win anymore, right?
Yeah, they can't get away with it anymore.
Because the truth is the big programs are under more scrutiny. LSU with the Lane Kiffin stuff, if they had been doing what you were doing at Texas Tech, oh my Lord, the internet would never shut up. We'd never hear the end of it. Like, it would be 6 years of just blasting LSU for everything that they do. Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think LSU gets off at all. I think if anything, it would be a bigger news story and everybody would be all over it. Just as much as they were with you guys or more. And so I think that's kind of a cop out where people go, oh, well, the little schools get beat on. I think we have that tendency as people to be like the underdog syndrome thing, where we want to say, oh, the underdog gets mistreated. And there are ways that that's true, but this is not one of those.
That's a poor argument where it's just because it just doesn't even make logical sense. It's like how is a team that's not really, I don't want to be mean, but not like nationally relevant for like championships or anything, that isn't in the spotlight under more scrutiny than the teams that are in the spotlight. Like here's a prime example. Now I'm not saying that they're not random, but how many times I find it very curious how in the NFL you have a player that has a crazy game and then random drug test. It's like, is it random?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it sure they coincidentally, it sure seems to happen right after they have a fantastic game.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And I said this even like as soon as your notoriety goes up, suddenly you're under scrutiny. Look at Indiana last year. Indiana wins the national title. Suddenly everybody's wondering if they're cheating. Right? There was that whole thing like, are they doing something? Are they not? And I was like, yeah, well, and that scrutiny is sensible. Like I've said this before, if somebody suddenly like somebody's fortune changes by 100%, if your neighbor gets a green lantern for the front of their house and suddenly they have a bunch of money they didn't have before, it's okay for you to be a little bit like, that's a little suspicious. Maybe they do need to be scrutinized a little bit. But you know what happened? They scrutinized Indiana. They looked at them closer and said, it actually adds up. They're fine. And they moved on.
Well, and again, it's fine to ask the question.
Yeah.
That's a perfectly reasonable thing. What's not okay is to, without any other investigation, just presume that they're doing something nefarious. That is not acceptable to me, because again, you look at Indiana, you look at their fan base, you look at the size of it, you look at their donor base. It's like, no, this is all totally plausible.
The door was always there. They just didn't care about football there.
They didn't care. They didn't harm. And then all of a sudden they did. And then what happened? They found success. There was a cause and then there was an effect and they tracked.
I will say this. My whole point of this whole situation, whether it be steroids or Brennan Sorsby or the NFL, Pete Rose, Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, they're not in the Hall of Fame, right?
Right.
Okay. Yep. And the reason for that is it affected the outcome of the game. All right. You have guys like Rashee Rice, almost killed people on the interstate. Ray Rice did what he did. Joe Mixon pretty much did the same thing, and he played. Aaron Hernandez did what he did. He never played again. You have real crimes, serious crimes. Some of them played again, some of them didn't. Joe Mixon played again. Rashee Rice is playing again. Ray Rice didn't. Aaron Hernandez didn't. Obviously, Aaron Hernandez is different because that was very severe. But Brennan Sorsby, he didn't kill anybody. But this is the way sports are. They draw the line at, does this affect the game? That's where the line is drawn. Brennan Sorsby, what he did, he can say till the cows come home that I never bet on my own team and affected the outcome of the game. You're full of shit, dude.
Right.
No one should ever believe you ever saying that. Okay? That's what you did. It affects the outcome of the game. Whether it's right or wrong, all those other crimes, Terrion, what's his name? Terrion, the Lions kid that just got arrested.
Arnold?
Terrion Arnold, is it?
No. I'm thinking of a different one. Terrion
Armstead?
Yeah, the Lions guy. Yeah.
Terrion Arnold. Okay.
It is Arnold. Okay.
Yep.
So kidnapping, armed robbery, and conspiracy. Now, he was denied bond. I don't know if he'll play again, but this isn't just like an NFL thing or a pro sports thing. There's crimes committed every day.
Sure.
And there's crimes committed by athletes, and we know about them because they're famous and they're millionaires and all this. Joe Mixon did what he did, and he still played again.
Yeah.
I guess because it didn't affect the outcome of whether the Bengals win a Super Bowl or not. What Ray Rice didn't affect the outcome, but he didn't play again.
Right.
Who was the other guy I mentioned? Rashee Rice. What he did apparently doesn't affect the outcome of the game, so it's he can play again.
Well, the
line is
that
apparently
staying in your lane thing, Mark. Right?
Yeah.
These are sports, man. They're rules. They're not laws. It's the reason that Ray Rice didn't play again is because the federal government decided he was going to prison. That's because that's the federal government's job. You broke the law, not a sports rule, right? The NFL is not the law. Imagine if you had to go to a court case and Roger Goodell is sitting there about to be your judge, jury, and executioner. It's this. I've said this before. Why are we asking the NFL to demonstrate some sort of laws? They're not the government, man.
When they were talking about Mike Vrabel, they said, will there be any type of punishment? And they said, no, that's a personal matter.
Yeah.
I understand the laws and then the NFL, but there is serious crimes committed, and that is laws. But in the NFL, we all know there's certain guys that are allowed to play again, and there's certain guys that aren't. And Brendan Sorsby, because he affected the outcome of the game, no, he didn't kill anybody. He didn't beat anyone up. He didn't get a DUI. But what he did, affecting the outcome of a game where there's millions and millions of dollars, millions of fans, millions of kids watching, there's millions of people living, eating, breathing, relying on the outcome of whether or not you win. That is very egregious. It's not the same thing as what a Ray Rice or a Joe Mixon did, but it's egregious in its own right. And the reason that he can't play again, whereas some of these other guys were able to, is because it affects the outcome of the game. There's no doubt in my mind, Pete Rose, whether he bet or not, he would have been an all-time Hall of Famer. If he didn't bet, he would have been in the Hall of Fame. No matter what, to me, Pete Rose is one of the greatest players of all time. But he gambled on his team and all this stuff. Sorsby did the same thing. That's egregious. You just can't do it, man.
I've always been a compartmentalizer, man. It's they can be both. Both things can be true, right? He can bet on the game, and that means he's not in the Hall of Fame. But also, he could still be a great baseball player. Those two things can both be true at the same time.
Tremendous baseball, tremendous hitter.
Outstanding. However, I will die on this hill. Tony Gwynn is the best swinger in baseball history. But his efficiency made Pete Rose look like he was walking in sand, dude. I'm telling you. But Pete Rose,
effortless swing,
unreal. But Pete Rose, absolutely great baseball player. He broke a rule he couldn't break. It violated the rule of the sport, and therefore he can't be in the Hall of Fame. Both of those things can be true at the same time. It's not the same thing with Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice can be a great football player and not a particularly good person.
And I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but because of the reasons that we all know, even if you're not in the Hall of Fame, that kind of doesn't kind of doesn't take away from how great you actually were. Like
No,
no one denies the greatness. It's just like
Yeah.
you can't be designated in this institution, in the Hall of Fame. You're not going to get in. That doesn't mean you weren't one of the greatest.
Yeah, everybody's going to remember Barry Bonds for the way he played the game.
I mean,
but like you like the mistakes you made or the decisions you made may impact some of the things you can be and do. And that's just how it goes sometimes. You can be great at a job. Like we experience this in the real world. We can be outstanding at our job. We can be great at our job. And yet you get fired because you said the wrong thing to the wrong person, or you didn't establish relationships well with the people you worked with. How many people are outstanding at their jobs, but they're just god awful to work with because they're just so bad at working with other people, right? Yep. And so they end up trapped in a position in their job because they just never worked well with others, and so they were never given that position of being in charge. Because if you put them in charge and they don't work well with others, that's going to make it really hard for them to manage people, right? So it's not even an unreasonable position for their employer to have. It's just these two things can both be true. You can be amazing at something and also be wrong in other ways, right?
100%.
Let's use bodybuilding as an example for the steroids thing, because here's the thing. Going off of what Austin said, I'm just going to just say this kind of nonchalantly. Performance enhancers, we can just assume that they're used by a lot of people, okay?
Yeah.
From even probably as low as high school all the way up to the highest of levels of sports, okay?
Yep.
We'll just assume that, hey, anything is possible, right? Let's use bodybuilding as an example, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bodybuilder. Austin's a bodybuilder. Ronnie Coleman is also a bodybuilder, okay? Austin and I could juice to the gills for 10 years straight, okay? We're not going to look like Ronnie Coleman, okay? Like, we'd probably look pretty good, and we'd probably compete, but Ronnie Coleman is Ronnie Coleman, okay? And that guy took steroids, and there's a genetic factor. I could care less if Mark McGwire took steroids or Barry Bonds took steroids. I could care less. What they did was, it's like they achieved feats that unreal. This home run chases they used to have, 95% of that has nothing to do with steroids, man. It has to do with their work ethic, their technique, their dedication to their sport. Now, I'm not condoning taking steroids. Like, I don't think that it should be fair. It should be a fair thing. I'm not condoning that at all. But I never looked at Mark McGwire and be like, yeah, man, he used to hit the living crap out of the ball and it was entertaining as hell, but he took steroids. Like, I don't really care. That's just one of my things. And hey, I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about, but there was a rumor back in the day that a certain player for Penn State was gambling on games. I think Austin knows who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say who it is, but that was also a rumor back in the day. And some of you diehard fans may know it out there. If you put their name in the chat, I'm not going to confirm or deny it. But, it's just like, dude, people there's affecting the outcome of the game. And because I think if it does affect the outcome of the game, then it should be punishable. Doesn't take away from their greatness. Whether or not Brandon Sorsby gambles or not, I would have loved watching him play football this year. Take all that gambling away. But it did affect the outcome of the game, and that's why it was punished, Yeah. Just personally, I don't really care. But it does affect the outcome of the game.
And there's those guys were still talented regardless, right? Like I said, Barry Bonds could never have taken a PED. He's still probably going to be one of the best baseball players in the league for his entire career because he's just talented. Man, it's ridiculously talented.
The biggest thing too is not to totally go all in on for the record. Again, none of us are condoning PED use or any of that kind of stuff, but just from an informational perspective, PEDs also have a different magnitude of effect in different situations. Like when it comes to like sprinters, for example, they really don't help you that much.
No, because the mass isn't really that great.
Yeah.
Well, and again, like I think I saw somebody comment like, but potentially that it could have helped them by improving their swing speed. Larger masses generally, on average, there's a tipping point where more mass just makes you slower. It doesn't matter if you're stronger. And again, something like swinging a baseball bat. I can tell you one situation where it could have helped you is if you were jammed up or if you were way outside on the plate where you were fully extended away from your body. Then just being a little bit physically stronger is gonna help you there.
Right. That makes sense.
But if you're in the mid range, of your sweet spot on your bat, it didn't matter. You could have been juiced to the gills or totally natty, and if you struck that well, it was a home run. It just was.
Yeah, it's true. And your mobility isn't necessarily improved depending on how you're, because it's a science, right? Like PEDs is a science. There's a lot of science behind PEDs, and like the range of motion that you have, like things like that, it doesn't really help you with that. You have to train a certain way to make that work together.
And to my point here, again, like if you're putting on mass as a baseball player, it's going to come to a point where very likely that's going to screw up your mechanics. That is going to screw up your ability to coil and uncoil your posterior chain on the swing. So again, there's a Goldilocks zone. It will help a little to a point, and then it becomes a downside. It becomes a detriment. So it really just depends in the situation, that you're in. But I think Mark's probably right with the percentage he gave. 90 to 95% is
talent and skill.
Your genetics, your innate talent, your elite hand-eye coordination, your work ethic, all of your training, all of those things that just, and frankly, here's something that a lot of people forget. Just the sheer volume of time dedicated to getting better in the sport.
Yeah.
Like that is by far that's the cake and half of the icing. And then, maybe a couple of cherries here and there, or, some PED related stuff. Again, that range is a little based on the sport, like bodybuilding. Yeah, it helps more, but but in like, that's what it is.
And I've said this, I met Austin in the gym. Okay. Now when I first met Austin, we had a lot of similarities. Love Penn State football, talk Penn State football. We're in the gym every day. Austin and I, when we were in the gym, we go to the gym consistently. We still do. And now Austin's into pickleball. That's a little different. That's kind of his thing now, but he still works out. Austin and I don't make excuses. We go to the gym. We don't make excuses. We go to the gym. That's it. People see Austin and I, and we're bigger than most people, and they say, well, that guy must be on steroids. I've never done steroids, but I'm saying people want to make an excuse. They want to make an excuse. Well, he looks like that because this, and that. No, we don't make excuses. I go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week. I've been doing that for 14 years straight. Maybe taking a week off that entire stretch. Okay. I was like 170 pounds in high school. At one point I was 270. Now I'm like 245 because it's hard to tie your shoes without running out of breath when you're 270. All right. That's 6'1". So you can't fake, for example, there's no amount of money in the world that you can take money and be like, all right, I'll put muscle here on my trap, put muscle on my delt, put muscle on my arm, on my thigh. You can't do it, dude. You have to earn that. Okay. Yeah. And that comes from dedicated hard work. Now, the bodybuilding world, they say, well, those guys look like that because they take steroids. Okay, that helps for sure. but they don't look like that because they're on steroids. They look like that because they live, eat, and breathe the gym. That's what they do. That's their life. A lot of it is discipline and consistency. Same thing with baseball. Same thing with football. Same thing with. Let's say it came out tomorrow. JJ Watt was taking an immense amount of steroids when he was in the NFL. Okay, well, he still kicked everyone's ass when he played football. He was the sack king. He swatted balls. JJ Swat, I think they called him. TJ Watt. Let's say tomorrow we find out that he's been doing a ton of steroids. All right, well, he's still TJ Watt. He can still play edge way better than me. So a lot of it is just, it's an excuse. Like, people like to use this excuse, like, oh, he's on steroids. People probably see Austin, they're like, well, that's because he's done a ton of steroids. Whether Austin's done that or not, it doesn't matter. Austin's in the gym. He's working out. He's working hard. That's what it comes down to, man.
And here's a big thing too. Like, again, the Ronnie Coleman example.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Whether if he never would have done a single drop, he still would have been an elite bodybuilder.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because all the other components were in place. The fact of the matter is, and this is, again, for anybody, any elite athlete, it doesn't matter. If you're not doing if you're not doing everything fundamentally right, there's no point to even take them.
Right. You have to,
all they are is an enhancement for all the normal things that you ought to be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Period. Is what it is. If you're not doing all those things, there's no point to potentially risk your health.
Yeah.
Period. It's just not. It's just a stupid idea.
Yeah, and Jadon made a great point. Like, a lot of people take them mainly for their recovery benefits. Yeah, and the thing is too is you can when people don't know what they're doing with steroids, you can really tell. Because like, you see the guys who are like, they get like really messed up by them. It's not uncommon, right? And it's very obvious when it happens. And I've told people that in the past, because I've seen people like, oh, that guy's really big, he must take steroids, and I'll take a look at it, like, I don't see any evidence of that. He's probably just a gym guy. And you see it, I show them, I'll be like, this is what somebody who takes steroids the wrong way looks like. And they're like, oh my God. You get freakish. You can have freakish issues.
And why are they purple?
Yeah, like they're literally turning purple, or like their chest is bigger than double D's, and just weird stuff like that happens, right?
But the thing is, my point is, if it affects the outcome of the game, then yes, it should be punished. Pete Rose bet on games. He should not. He should be punished for that.
Agreed.
Brendan Sorsby bet on games. He should be punished for that. Mark McGuire and Barry Bonds, while I personally don't care, it affected the outcome of the game in some way. They had, whether everyone else in that era was juicing or not, they were caught, and it was proven, I guess, that they were juicing, and it affected the outcome of the game. That's my stance on it, that if it affects the outcome of the game, then yes, that is egregious, and it should be punishable, even though as a fan, I don't really care. Now, let's say Drew Aller. Let's say you take Brendan Sorsby right now and you plug it into Drew Aller last year. As a Penn State fan, I'd be like, damn, I really want him to play. Because of all the hype, we didn't know what was going to happen. We thought we were winning the national title. I'm like, damn, I really want him to play. But then as a Penn State fan, I'm thinking, dude, this is bad. Like, you can't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as much as I want Drew Aller to play, if he was gambling, it's like, dude, you can't. Like, this is not good. It makes Penn State look bad. It makes you look bad. And if you defend it, it makes you look bad. These Texas Tech fans, they came out and defended him. Dude, you can't defend that, man. Like, you can't. You can't keep your integrity and defend like, well, we're monitoring his phone and we're here to help him. And then all of a sudden, a week later, they're like, yep, he's gone. You know, it's like, it's just, it's disingenuous, man. And like, I agree. What he did was egregious, dude. Like, you can't. Brendan Sorsby was right here in front of me right now. He's like, I never bet on games that would have affected outcome. I'm like, bullshit. You can never convince me that you didn't do that.
The NCAA did prove in court he betted on at least 2 Indiana games that he was present for. But the thing to me was just, I would never consider sacrificing my program for one quarterback who's going to be there for 1 year. I mean, come on, guys. Are we serious about this? Like, that was just so wild to me that they took that position. I was like, guys, he's a 1 year rental. You paid him $5 million to rent him for a year. Are you really gonna make your whole program a pariah for 30 years because you just wanted this one quarterback season that you're not going to win the national title anyway, guys? Newsflash, like, you're still a ways away from doing that. Like, you're good. It's a good team. You might make the playoff again. You could probably do that with Hamill too, the backup quarterback. Like, reality check. So now I still wouldn't. I wasn't picking them anyway this year. I had Houston winning that division. But
now let's take Steve Latimer as an example, this fictional character. Jay Don, yes, he was juiced to the gills, but you know what? That guy's still a freaking maniac. And I think whether he's doing steroids or not, he's still going to put his head through a window at some point. All right, so
yeah, that was probably more a mentality thing than anything.
Yeah, that guy's a freaking maniac. And who was the other guy? The linebacker that got his leg blown out. I can't remember his name. I'll hold on. I'm going to Google it. Right. But that guy is still hold on. Not Omar Epps.
I was going to say Omar Epps. Actually, I was thinking that too.
Who was it, dude?
Oh my gosh, it's going to drive me nuts. No, not Latimer.
Alvin Mack. Okay.
Oh, Mack.
And I don't remember if Alvin Mack was on steroids in that movie. I don't think he was, but either way, that guy's a maniac. Now you're telling me Ray Lewis, a guy like that, who is like, he's Ray Lewis, dude. He's like the Kobe Bryant of football, just a different dude. Like from up here, he's a different dude. Okay. Yeah. Ray Lewis is still Ray Lewis. I think if he was on steroids, might have been a little better. But like Austin said, steroids, that can make you slower. Like, you know what I mean? Like these enhanced games, that was a freaking disaster. Those guys did horrible in that stuff. And they were all juiced to the gills, all those guys. So the point is, they're still who they are. But if you are on steroids, it does give you an unfair advantage if no one else is doing it. And that's why it should be punishable. But
yeah, and if baseball had never made it against the rules, I wouldn't have cared. I'd been like, okay, as long as everybody's allowed to do
it. And the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, if Alvin Mack, thank you. He wasn't on steroids. So the thing is, at the end of the day, like, you have to assume, even though we assume in a different way. Like we assume like there's a lot of people out there that are athletes that are taking performance enhancers, but you have to assume that they're not, because that's the history. That's the it's a standard across the board. You don't take performance enhancers if you're an athlete, professionally, college, whatever. So that's the assumption. So if you find out that someone is, then you're like, well, clearly that guy had an advantage, you know?
Okay.
So that's where like the double standard. And then there's like guys that commit actual federal crimes, but some of them are able to play again. It's like, there's that teeter totter of like, he did this, but he did this, he didn't play. You know, it's like,
yeah. And I just don't, like, I understand, like, yeah, you can have all the signs and stuff, but we don't bank suspicion, man, because that's a world you don't want to live in, where anybody can accuse anybody of anything based on nothing but suspicion, and that's good enough. Like, we already have problems with that in our law system. Let's not make it worse, okay?
Yeah, so got to have the burden of proof.
Yeah, burden of proof matters for a reason. There's a reason that for thousands of years of human development came to the conclusion that we needed burden of proof and things. All right.
Now, back in the day, like Terry Bradshaw was just on Joe Rogan. He talked about how they used to shoot him up with something. He had a torn oblique.
Even that can be, yeah.
And he's like, yeah, they shot me up with something and I went in. And Joe's like, they made you play? He's like, no, they didn't make me play. I wanted to play.
Of course.
Other countless players talk about when you walked on the field, you put your hand in a bucket, you took a bunch of green pills, and then when you left, you took another handful of other pills. We didn't know what they were. but that's what we did. Now that's performance enhancement right there. And like, I mean, like, bro, Peyton Manning, right? Peyton Manning, he had like a devastating neck injury. He was out for a whole year. Now, I'm not accusing Peyton Manning of anything, obviously, but what did he do to make him come back and play the way he did?
Oh, I mean, he probably had 50 needles stuck in him every game.
Exactly. And then biking, okay? Lance Armstrong, that guy was proven that he took steroids or whatever. Shoot, I just had his name. Floyd Landis was another guy that was accused of taking performance enhancers. He used a hyperbaric chamber. Okay.
Yeah, hyperbaric chamber.
They said that guy was like a performance enhancement as well. Tiger Woods, he got LASIK eye surgery when he was a player, when he was a golfer. Some people said that was unfair. Like, that was a performance enhancer. You have 20/20 vision as a golfer. You know how much of an advantage that gives you to have 20/20 vision as a golfer. And let's say we find out Tiger Woods did performance enhancements. Tiger Woods is still Tiger Woods. You know, like, they can only do so much. You know what I mean? It, like I said, the example, Austin and I, we take the amount of steroids Ronnie Coleman did. We're not looking like Ronnie Coleman. Ronnie Coleman is Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah, there's natural gifts and talents that you can't deny that human beings have. And I think that I mean, that's true, Jay Don. We also don't live in a code of law system. I mean, if it was listen, if I was dictator, man, it'd be really uncomfortable for a lot of people. But like, because I'd be all about code of law. I'd be an old Roman about things, and judges wouldn't get to give you sentences. They would be given a list of sentences based on your crime, and they wouldn't have a choice in the matter. Right. So, but, you know, it is what it is. We, you know, it's a country with 300 million people, 400 million, I guess. And there's you're going to have a lot of disposition with people because nobody's going to agree on everything. And I learned a long time ago that there's no such thing as somebody I agree with every single thing on. And if I want to be critical of every single human for every single thing we don't agree on, I'm going to have a hard time living with people. So we got to find, you know, we got to work together and find a way to make it work, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, to that point too, it's like it never rings so true, but there's nothing you can do. You could do the most amazing, immaculate thing possible, and someone's going to have a criticism of it. It just is what it is. You could donate $1 million to Thawne, and someone would say, "Well, why don't you donate $1 million and one?" It's like,
yeah, and that's just people, you know. Like, we have a tendency, and I would say we have a tendency to be negative Nancy's about things. We always want to go with the negative. It's tough to be positive, and it's tough to give people the benefit of the doubt when you grow up, especially nowadays, you grow up watching CSI, everybody's a criminal secretly behind the scenes, right? And like, the truth is, yeah, probably all of us probably got a speeding ticket at some point or something. But buddy, here's the truth. Most people you encounter on a daily basis are perfectly good people, dude. It's the truth. Like, they're not bad people. And you can't walk around thinking everybody's got some evil, some demon that they're hiding under their closet or something. Yeah, there are people like that. Here's the truth. They represent probably 5% or less of the population. Probably like 1 in 100, maybe 1 in 1,000 that you actually see walking around are actually up to no good. Like, that's the truth.
Most people are just doing the best they can on any given day.
And when you have compassion for that with other people, recognizing yourself that there have been times where you needed a breather, you needed a break from other people, you needed other people to cut you some slack. When you recognize that, you can work so much better with others. And you're going to start to see the good in people, not the bad first. And that doesn't mean you don't hold people accountable. Like, you hold people accountable, but like, you don't have to, not every mistake somebody makes is like throw them in a pit of fire, right? Like, just, buddy, we can empathize with people when we actually think about where they're coming from. And that's why, like, I try not to be too hard on these kids. Like, you know, they come out of Sherrod, who comes out of, you know, inner city Philadelphia. He lived a super different life than me. He didn't get the training I got. He didn't get, he had one parent. And so he got the teaching that they got, right? Like whatever they had for him, that's what he got. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. If you give him a chance, they might surprise you. Doesn't mean they always will. There are some folks who you can't help. But like the truth is, most folks, when I worked with them and I tried to be compassionate with them, I found out, no, they're actually good people. Like they are. They just didn't know that this wasn't a good idea or that this is a silly thing to do or whatever. And I think if you treat people that way, you will find too that the vast majority of folks do want to help other people. The vast majority of folks do understand the value of working together with others. So,
like Varsity Blues, Coach Kilmer shooting up Lance Harbor's knee before that one game, and then they're trying to do it again. And John Moxon's like, don't do that. And Billy Bob gets knocked out for the 25th time, and they're putting smelling salts under his nose. Like, dude, that's the kind of stuff does happen. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, sure. I've used smelling salts in the past. Like, there's people that use that stuff for lifting. Like, they use it before they do a squat. A squat set. Stuff like that. I mean, there's I don't know, the line. Yeah, that's ball. That's right. Yeah. The line is just the only thing, the only consistency that I see really with all of this stuff is like, if it affects the outcome, then it's not okay.
Right.
But if it doesn't affect the outcome, then, we'll see what the situation is like. Because at the end of the day, it's about entertainment. That's what all of this is about. It's about entertainment and entertainment dollars. That's what it's about.
For competition.
The NFL is all about entertainment. It's all about the shield. If you do something that's so bad that like you're not going to play again, like betting is just one of those things, man. Like that's just it's almost it's not an unspoken agreement or an unspoken rule, but it's like you just can't do that, man. Like you can't prove that this kid didn't bet on his own games and stuff like that. You can't prove that, you can't prove whether Barry Bonds did steroids or not. Did it give him an advantage? You can't prove that it didn't. Mm-hmm. Whether or not that was a small percentage of his success, you can't prove that it didn't give him an advantage. And that's why those guys were punished and not led to the Hall of Fame. And, so.
Yeah, and it destroys your competitive integrity. That's why it was such a big deal. It's that It's not that Brendan Sorsby in particular did it. It's that if you don't punish Brendan Sorsby and you let it permeate in your sport, it destroys the competitive nature of the sport, and therefore there's no point in playing the sport anymore.
Bro, he's being left out of everything. The CFL, NFL, XFL.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking it to him, but that's why they're concerned about it permeating the sport, so he has to be made an example of. And that's why you don't do it, because you should have known that the pariah nature of that means you're going to get everybody. You're going to get a huge target on you in particular because you're the one who broke the rules. That's why it happened to Pete Rose. Pete Rose got absolutely destroyed because he was the one who broke the rule, and therefore he had to be made an example of. And, it's one of those things, like, you just have to know that's a line we can't cross because it defeats the entire purpose of the game, and you can't do that. Like, that's just what it is. And if you don't have the good sense to do that, like, I'm sorry for you, man, but that, like, reality check. Brendan Sorsby, I don't know what he's like as a person, but that is one of the dumbest things a human being can do. He did a really, really big dumb for a football player, plain and simple. What? And you can't do that. You're going to eat it for that one. Hopefully, if you give it time, maybe there'll be some forgiveness, but you're going to have to count on other people's goodwill at this point.
Yeah, like the thing with that too is just like you know what the rules are. Like, yeah. You broke the rules. You knew before you ever broke them that you were going to break the rules, and you knew what the repercussions were likely going to be. Like, it's very like it's very openly spelled out. Like this wasn't just some, oh, I didn't know I was making a mistake situation. Like there was no ambiguity here.
There was no
like
question. Yeah.
You knew for sure you were breaking the rules.
Yeah, like look at Georgia, man. Their whole starting lineup has been arrested. And they're probably all going to play.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Now that's like DUI, speeding, stuff like that. I don't think any of them have – I don't think any of it has resulted in any deaths or anything like that, thankfully. But those are serious offenses, but they're going to play again because it doesn't really affect the outcome of the game.
And even that, if you know the situation, you know a little bit more about why that keeps happening. Because if you're a car guy and you know the car scene, you know that Atlanta, Georgia is a hotbed for that stuff. Yeah. So you know any player who goes to that area of the country, that's a big thing there, and they just gave them a bunch of money. You want to know what happens to people who get a lot of money who are in a sports car, like misbehaving area? They go buy a sports car and misbehave. Pretty universal, especially teenagers, which I myself may have been guilty of when I was a kid. I just didn't get caught.
It's almost like it makes perfect sense.
It lines up, doesn't it? I mean, I used to listen. I lived in backwoods Pennsylvania where the cops don't pay as much attention to you. So around here, we went racing in back roads where nobody saw us. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. And that doesn't mean I didn't nearly get killed multiple times doing it, right? I didn't get caught, so I didn't get in trouble. Doesn't mean I wasn't guilty of being a dumb teenager still. Okay? So that doesn't mean you're a horrible human being who doesn't deserve to live. It just means I was a dumb kid and I did some stupid stuff and I got away with it. And then I realized later when I was older, I shouldn't have got away with it. And I'm going to be behaving myself from now on. Right.
Yeah. A lot of people get lucky, man. Like, the thing with Sorsby is like, again, like Austin said, the rules, like, bro, that is like, you don't do that. And he did it a lot.
Yeah.
So that guy should not play, at least right now. He should not play. He should be punished severely. Now, I'm not saying the kid should never play football again. I think he should be able to play football again, but I don't know if he ever will again. He messed his whole life up, man. He did by doing this stuff. He did.
And the worst thing you can do if you're a young person and you see this, the worst thing you can do is not just take ownership of it. Just take ownership of it, man. The smart thing to do is to go, yep, I messed up. I'm an idiot. I did all this stuff, and I'm going to ask you guys to forgive me for it. You don't have to do it now. I'm going to eat my punishment. I'm going to be honorable, respect my punishment, and move on. If he had done that, I bet he's playing next year. I think if he'd have ate it and just said, "Go ahead and suspend me. I deserve it." I bet the NCAA would have kind of said, "You know what? Responsible dude, behaved himself. He's actively trying to change his future. Let's give this guy another chance." Because most people, that's our inclination. If you show that you messed up and you really want to make it right, we're inclined as people to say, "Hey, give him another chance, man," because we would want that for us, right? Most of us are like that. We'll take that and we'll superimpose it upon each other. We'll go, yeah, if it was me and I was a dumb kid and I did something dumb, but I owned up to it, I'd sure appreciate a second chance, right? And so we're inclined to kind of, let's give him another shot, right? But because he tried to play this game where he only owns up to it after the NCAA comes to get him for it, where they already have the proof, and then he tries to fight them in court over it instead of just taking his lumps, being responsible, and letting it be what it is. I think that and Texas Tech's response made it worse than it had to be. It could have been different. And I think if Texas Tech cared about the kid genuinely, that's what they should have done. They should have advised him, hey, own up to it right now, and we'll work through it with you. We will try to help you negotiate back into this sport. If they genuinely cared about him, I think that's what they should have done. But,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and that one guy, I can't remember his name. We played that clip on here where he's like, yeah, no one really went after Penn State for what they did. And, so why are they going after Texas Tech? It's like, dude, we almost got the death penalty.
We did, yeah. And it's because we shut up and ate our lumps.
Yeah.
Right? We shut up. We said, listen, guys, yeah, we could argue this because it was people from 20 years ago and blah, 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 blah. But we're not going to do that. We're going to take what the NCAA says, and we're going to get our heads down and get back to work. And we recovered in 3 years because those guys did that. That was the smartest thing they did. But that's why our punishment looked the way it did, is because we accepted the consequences. If Texas Tech had accepted the consequences, your situation wouldn't look like this.
Now with I always said this too, like with Joe, you know, he was unfairly treated. But as crazy as the media was at that time about that situation with Joe Paterno, Nebraska game, there's no way Joe Paterno and Mike McQuarrie could walk the sideline during that game. There's no way. It doesn't mean you need to fire Joe, but he could not walk the sideline probably the rest of that season because of the way the media was.
Yeah.
They didn't do it right, Penn State, but they, like you said, Aaron, they did. They were like, listen, this is bad, and we're going to take steps. And, you know, they did own up to it. Like they really did. Like, they're like, okay, this looks bad.
Yeah.
And it sucks because Joe Paterno was not treated fairly, but I'm like, and I said it back then, I'm like, dude, there's no way he can, because there was a time where they're like, yeah, Joe's going to retire, but he's going to finish out the season. I'm like, no, man, like like that is not possible right now, which sucks because yeah, man. I mean, there's just, and Alabama, dude, they were a dynasty for years. They weren't doing anything. They were following all the rules.
I don't know, but I know they never got caught doing it.
Well, and the only thing I'll say with like the comparative there is like, in this case that we're talking about, like Brandon Sorsby screwed up and then Brandon Sorsby got punished. In this case, like a coach was doing some horrible stuff when he was on and when he was no longer on the staff.
Yep.
And then a whole bunch of people that did nothing wrong got punished. That also happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
A little bit of a different thing, but like a whole bunch of players got punished that had nothing to do with anything.
They weren't even born when it happened.
That's my point. So, but again, so that's why you look at these guys, and that's why in the Penn State community we have so much respect for the Mike Zordiches and the Mike Mottys and the Matt McGloins and all those guys, because they shouldered the burden and the punishment for stuff that had nothing to do with them whatsoever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I say that's why
I was watching Barney back then.
Yeah, man. Like if you were even a sperm yet, you know, like it was, and that was why a lot of Penn Staters were like, this isn't fair. But I understood. I said, well, the issue is you're not battling the government here, because the government has this sort of very what you call like, they're a very cold approach to this stuff. From the government's perspective, it's this law was broken, this thing happened. It's not a moral standing thing for them. It's just by the book, does it, you know, do this. Whereas like what you were battling was not them, you were battling public opinion, right? And as a school, Penn State and a lot of people within it understood this is a hopeless situation from a public opinions perspective. There's nothing I can say that is going to do anything but make this worse. And that's just how it is. Like when you get in a situation like that, even if it's not your fault, the smartest thing to do is to just be quiet, put your head down, get back to work, and just deal with it. And I do think they did a good job of that. Ultimately, there were things that, yes, I think they could have done better. Maybe they should have done better. But overall, compared to how some schools have handled things like this in the past, I thought, you know, Penn State did a better job than the vast majority of them have.
There is a portion, and this is just kind of who I am by nature.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at something in the aggregate and you're just like, well, I can fold like a cheap lawn chair, and everyone's still going to talk complete trash about me.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can push back and everyone's going to talk complete trash about me.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like they're going to talk crap regardless of what you do.
Yeah.
So in a sense there, it's like I feel like there were some very specific niche positions where like maybe they should have pushed back a little bit on a couple of things.
That's fair.
Just because like it didn't matter what you did. The court of public opinion, you lost. Period. You were always going to lose.
Yeah.
It didn't matter
Yeah,
what you did.
Yeah.
If it like to your point, if it was just something where you were just dealing with like the United States legal system, almost nothing would have happened.
Yes, not to anybody who was there at the time. Yeah.
Correct. Sandusky, Spanier, Curley, Schultz, they would have got punished. Paterno wouldn't even have got punished. He never got charged with anything. He wasn't charged with a crime.
He was never charged with a crime. And that was if I had something to like complain big time, it was the scapegoating of Joe Paterno, which was clearly, that was a thing.
Yeah.
100%.
And I did not like that. And it's because he was the face of the university. And that was why if the university came under a major fire, he was going to take the heat from the public opinion more than anybody. And so naturally, that was an easy position for the leadership at Penn State to stand behind. And
yeah,
and that's what most Penn Staters were sore about, and for good reason.
It was a throw to the wolves situation.
Yes,
Yeah,
because he was the easy scapegoat there.
The reason Joe couldn't walk the sideline is because of the way Penn State handled the situation.
Right.
They could have defended Joe. They knew Joe did the right thing. They knew that, but the media said otherwise. Now, what Penn State needed to do was say, no, Joe did the right thing. This is the proof. But they never did that. They didn't let him do his press conference. They did all kinds of crap. And like Urban Meyer, they handled that the right way. They weren't like, yeah, we're just going to fire Urban Meyer with the Zach Smith thing.
Right.
That was basically like two different situations, but the same situation where
similar idea.
Ohio State didn't just fire Urban Meyer. They said, all right, we're going to look into it, and then we're going to make a decision.
Right.
Penn State didn't do that.
Well, I would say too is, and what Austin was saying, where it's one of those things where if you're danged if you do, danged if you don't. There is a position a lot of people take now, which is, well, if I'm danged if I do, danged if I don't, then I'm going to go down firing. Right. The only reason I caution people against that mentality is if Penn State does that, I don't think Penn State recovers the way that we did. And the reason is not because the initial PR still would have been the same no matter what you did. That's 100% true. However, I think the PR 5 years later looks very different if you try to fight that battle. So if you're going to die on a hill, and I've always told people, pick your battles carefully. If you're going to die on a hill, you better have damn good footing. Right? You better be standing on a position that is just righteous and just, man. Because if you are, then it's a hill worth dying on. But if you're not, because ultimately, if you die on the hill of right and just movement, at the end of the day, people will look back and say he was right. He was right. But if you're on ground that you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a hill that I should really be dying on. It's probably not worth it. And I always tell people patience is the most powerful virtue in those situations. Wait out the haters and then come back around and you can say, look, you can have what opinion you want about that, but we stood our ground on good things and we came out of it the right way when it was all said and done. So I'll give you a little bit here because of how that thing went. But if you're going to stand your ground on something, because the main issue I have is not with like the way that they handled Joe Paterno, I think was blatantly wrong. That's a hill I might be willing to die on because I do think that's a position of truth, plain and simple. However, were the leadership at the university who was still present who may have had a role in it? I didn't have evidence of that one way or the other. So can I say the university was washed clean by the time that this came around? I couldn't actually say that. I couldn't die on that hill because I can't prove that absolutely. And to me, if I'm going to stand a position, I need to know I'm right beyond any reasonable doubt.
Yeah, the big thing too was like the way I see it, as far as like the handling of it and like the court of public opinion situation, is the absolute ineptitude of leadership. Because what happened was, and I don't want to go too crazy down the rabbit hole, but the point is, the leadership allowed for everybody else to construct the entire narrative before they ever said a word about anything.
Yeah.
Like, you can never do that, especially when you're on the inside and you have access to the most amount of information.
Yeah.
You need to put that out yourself, and you need to dictate from the podium, because you have access to the most amount of information. Because again, there's a lot of things. It's so hard to try to retroactively smooth over or improve your character after it's been totally smeared and stained and everything else, with some reporting or with a couple of different things that might not be entirely accurate. It's so hard to do that. You see that in the news all the time. It'll be like some misinformation will get reported on, and then like, oh yeah, it's this huge story. It's talked about for a week, and then or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then like, oh, actually it was wrong. So then there's just a little snippet in the paper of like the retraction, and they never talk about it on air. It's like, like it did nothing.
Misinformation age. Yeah.
Did nothing. Like, come on.
And I do agree with that. Like, I think, you could criticize Penn State for not releasing a professional statement where they stated the facts that they knew.
The facts.
And said, look, we understand this was really, really bad, but also this is the truth of things, and we want people to know this is how it really went. Okay. So before you all go off and obviously you can't stop the internet from going off, because it's going to go off. That's what they do. But at the end of the day, I think you have an obligation. If you're standing on the right and just side of things, you have an obligation to make sure the facts are out there regardless. Right. And, if they don't want to listen, they'll listen later, because the truth always comes out in the end. Right. And so, and I think that's why you see, that was part of the reason, I guess, it cooled as well with Penn State faster than people thought it would. Because once everybody stepped back and they looked at, oh, wow, that report got thrown out because it's a bunch of bullshit, right? And there's a bunch of stuff going on. Actually, now that you stop and think about it, it was like 20 years before like hardly anybody that was there was actually there. Okay, maybe it wasn't the most just hill for me to try and sacrifice all of them on, right? And so,
and then like, I don't know, there was just like a lot of like stupid little ticky tacky stuff too. Like, for some reason, we couldn't play Sweet Caroline for like 3 years or like whatever. It's just like guys, like what are we doing?
Yeah,
like it's one of those things. Like, acknowledge what happened. The punishment was accepted. We're going through all this stuff, and then like all of a sudden, just like seemingly at the time, it was like, okay, so what are we just going to forever just be like afraid of our own shadow and do nothing at all, ever? Right. Like, and that's we wouldn't really talk about it, but that's kind of where the hiring process was really important, because we kind of had to like reform the identity and regain our confidence as a team, as a fan base, as a program, at all these things, and just kind of get back to stuff. And
now we're looking at it and kind of going, maybe we sacrificed some things we shouldn't have, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, and like I said, I agree with that. For me, I just wish there would have been leadership in positions of power within the university that would have at least publicly said, "Hey, we acknowledge that this is going on, but like, hey, like, you're hurting players that had nothing to do with anything. So like, maybe rethink this."
Yeah, and I also just would have pointed to the fact that the families involved didn't think it was fair. Like, the families involved they were like, well, I don't know why you're punishing all these kids now. Like,
and again, going back to what we said, and then I'll be done kind of talking about about this topic, but like what we just said, and I don't want to like, what happened was really, really bad and really not okay. And again, answer, prison forever. That's the answer. It was a legal matter. It was a legal problem. Laws were broken. Nothing to do with the NCAA, like we just talked about.
Yep.
Not an NCAA jurisdiction problem. Nothing to do with a player. Had to do with a coach / former coach. Like, that was the situation. So, again, like Mark was saying, did it affect the outcome of any game? That affected no outcome of any game. No. That had nothing to do with competitive integrity. It had nothing to do with anything related to the game. So, in my opinion, do I think the NCAA should have done anything? No, I don't. I think the perpetrator should have gone to trial, got sentenced, gone to prison. And oh my gosh, that happened.
Yeah. Also,
Great.
You know, as I said before, if I was in charge, public execution. Well, I would have gotten rid of him. I would have gotten rid of him in a way that would have satisfied everybody.
we're going into the weeds, but yeah, I largely am of the position that stuff like that is an absolute zero tolerance policy of anything.
But it's yeah, Jay Don. We talked about the 2027 stuff earlier.
But. Yeah, this is long form, guys. Again, this is the Mark Lesko podcast by diehard fans, for fans, no filter talk. That's why we're talking about what we're talking about. All right. And this is just our opinions. And hey, you know, we're talking about Sorsby, steroids, 27 class, Chaz Coleman.
Becoming dictators.
Concussions. Yeah. You know, so die on the hill of truth. Well, my truth on here is that I'm going to talk about what I want to within reason and going to try to keep it professional, but we're going to talk about stuff that we want to talk about and probably no one else is going to talk about on a podcast, you know, that isn't like super huge right now. I mean, there's plenty of podcasts out there that talk their minds, but, you know, with like Penn State football in particular, there's really we say our opinions, and you don't really hear that anywhere else because certain podcasts, you know, they just won't talk about that stuff, and that's fine, or say certain things because that's, you know, some of them are tied to corporate entities and stuff like that, and that's fine. But this is a fan show by fans, so that's what this podcast is. So that's why we're talking about what we want to, because everybody on here knows they can talk about what they want to within reason. So
yeah, Jadon.
Austin knows that.
Jadon, the highlights where we talked about Case Alexander and how he is an underrated linebacker. He is better than where they have him. And then
absolutely
also Dylan McGee and his impressive speed, his recovery speed being very, very good.
Case Alexander is like, he looks like Shane Collin, man. He really does. Like, he's good, real good. 6'3", was he 6'3", 220? He's
Alexander,
fast.
Yeah, he's 6'3", 215 or 220, I believe. But yeah, Khalil Taylor, I don't know what he's asking for because I've only heard through the Vine things, and I don't like repeating that stuff because I don't have any proof that that's what he's actually getting or what supposedly Nebraska's offering. I don't know. That's the problem with NIL. You look at NIL and it's like, oh, here's their evaluation, and then also whispers about what they're getting. Okay, right. But yeah, I do like Case Alexander is really good. I think he's much better than he's getting credit for right now. I suspect we will go to the portal for a good number of guys. the end of the year.
Yeah, like Austin said earlier, the portal, I think, is one of their paths. They're just in a unique situation right now. It's a new staff. They're trying to establish a good roster of guys that fit, and they're just not – they are trying to get talented guys, but, they're not going to be dropping $3 million on one kid just to get him here. That's like – we've heard – I heard it that Peter Bork, he was offered $3 million. He was offered a lot of money to go to Virginia Tech. Otherwise – why would you go to Virginia Tech right now?
As a quarterback, especially.
I mean, go somewhere where there's like a proven track record of quarterbacks, like Kirby Smart, for example. He's a pretty good with quarterbacks.
Josh Heupel.
I mean, there's a lot of coaches out there that you could go to besides Virginia Tech as a quarterback, but apparently there was a lot of money involved.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm a quarterback and I want to get to the NFL, I'm probably going to USC.
Yeah, the thing with Vatek too is it's a combination of things. So you hire Franklin, and you have a lot of probably internal momentum and then some external momentum as well, with a lot of people gassing up Franklin and his ability to recruit and all this kind of stuff. So like. What I'm trying to get to is there's a lot of excitement, which means donations are probably up right now. I know for a fact they're up right now because I heard the reporting. The point is, if they do not produce this season, the money is not going to stay up.
That's the thing. Yeah,
it's not going to sustain. So at this situation, at this current juncture, we do not want to hamstring ourselves by dishing out tons and tons of money for the high school class and then go in with kind of a bare bones war chest into the portal, because they're going to need some help. And the portal is where you can get those bona fide commodities that have played at the collegiate level. You have a much better understanding of what they are, and they're going to have to replace some guys. And the staff knows this. Now, will it probably shift a little bit into more of a blend where, maybe they're spending half the war chest, on the high school prospects, and then, half on the portal moving forward after this year? That's possible. That's a bit depends. But if Penn State goes into the season and they perform really well, maybe they win 10 games, maybe they win 11 games, maybe the product looks really good. Maybe they're more productive on offense. Maybe the receiver production is higher. And then all of a sudden, now you have a body of work that is reflective and is very obviously well known to the receivers that are going to be in the portal. Hey, it obviously has changed here at Penn State. I'm a receiver and I can be productive here. Mm-hmm. You can very easily wash yourself of the stigma of the past couple of years under the previous coaching staff in literally 1 year, because it's a new staff. And if you have production right away, you pretty much solve that problem. No one can make the claim, they can't have a productive receiver there if you go out and do it in year one with a brand new staff. Yeah. What happened before that under a previous staff, no one gives a crap about that anymore, because the status quo has changed.
Yeah. And it's also like, and you great point, the status quo has changed because recruiting is a year-long process now with multiple phases. And so you can think of it the way you do a serpentine draft. If you're in a fantasy league, you go into it planning to take 2 running backs or 2 wide receivers early until the board gets drafted and you go, I need to get a quarterback early. And suddenly your war chest has to look different, right? This is the game that all these teams are playing. That's why, like, a team's like really struggling in recruiting, and then suddenly they'll get like 2 really big commits. Why? Because they got a bunch of money left over, and they're going to throw it at 2 big ones that they think they need to turn the class around, right?
Like Austin said, the NIL or the portal, those are proven guys. So, right. Yeah.
And here's the other thing too. Okay, what was the biggest criticism of the entire tenure for James Franklin? He can pretty much win all the games he's supposed to win, and he plays and they go into a big game, they lose. They can't win a big game. They can't win a big game. They can't win. If Matt Campbell wins one big game, you mean to tell me that's not gonna jack up some NIL donations? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Because you immediately disprove the narrative that, well, at Penn State they can't win big games. If you do that right away, then guess what happens? Then you get the momentum.
Yep.
And what you have to do for all the Seinfeld watchers out there, it's not about getting the momentum. It's about holding the momentum. You have to sustain the momentum for a long period of time. That's the most important thing. And if you do that, then your NIL ticks up. Then guess what? Because here's the deal. They want to make money. They want NIL donations. They want splash stuff in the portal. They want good players. They want wins on the field. Why? Because they want behinds in seats in that stadium.
Yeah.
Because they invested a crap ton of money to renovate it.
Yeah.
They want to make money.
Yeah. And that's a big part of it too, which was, behind the scenes was a pushing factor for why they were getting so upset with him so quickly. But also, we've stated this before. It's like a lot of people were like, man, he went to this far in the playoff, again, with no context. He went this far in the playoff, and then they fired him the next year. And it's like, well, no, he was at Penn State for 12 years. He won one big game. He's 1-22 or something. And at some point it was like, bro, if this man coached anywhere in the SEC almost, he'd have been fired 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, how many SEC teams would have waited for him? So when like an Alabama fan tries to tell me, oh, you guys fired him too fast, I'm like, well, shut up. You'd have fired him 8 years ago. Get out of here. Like,
well, and again, I think it was a multitude of things too. I think it was the kind of the personal clash between him and Pat Kraft, and
that was not
kind of him James being kind of brash there at the end. We're like trying to like renegotiate a contract and all this like all this like weird stuff where it's like dude, like where are you like pulling this from? Like where is all this coming from?
He was just acting crazy.
Yeah, like wacky stuff. Like, dude, you just re-signed an extension like 2 years ago. Like, what are you talking about? Like this shelve this for a while. Yeah. Show me something. Show me the money. Do something you have not done and prove to me you deserve it, and then we'll have a conversation.
Yeah, but his argument would have been that he made the playoff and won 2 games against,
And again, and I have no issue with that getting shut down because again, once can be a flash in the pan. Show me you can do it twice. Then it's like, okay, not a flash. You did it again. You backed it up. However, what I will say on the NIL front too is I'm not 100% sure of this. I don't think it has because we haven't officially made the switch yet. I think it's coming up here early July. That this transition to Adidas. When is that NIL part of that contract hitting the coffers of the war chest? So I don't know how it's going to work. However, what I will say is I'm interested to keep an eye on the recruiting scene after that happens.
Right. Early July. That's
correct. So after that happens, and after that contract is now active and in effect, and everything has been paid out, and all these kinds of things, and they have added that the proportion of that goes to NIL. Does that change the calculus a little bit? Do they start getting a little more aggressive on some of the big fish that they still have out there?
Sure,
we'll see.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, and that's like, I don't know. Yes. And I always love the revisionism, Jadon, where like everybody made fun of us for making the Final Four, beating SMU and Boise State, saying we didn't beat anybody. And then the next year they're criticizing us for firing a coach who didn't beat anybody. The revisionism is magnificent sometimes.
Not only didn't beat anybody, but lost to Northwestern and UCLA.
Yeah. I mean, like you can't make that up, man. Like that was horrendous. But you could almost see it coming at that point too, because you just knew after the Oregon game something was about to break, like something had to break.
Looking back again, the craziest thing to me is just sitting, and I was at this game. Is God, we could have beat him. We could have beat him.
But that's how all his games were, Austin.
But here's the thing. They probably should have beat him.
Oh yeah.
But that's the crazy part is they probably should have beat Oregon, and then they lose to UCLA and Northwestern. Yeah. Like,
yeah, I mean he quit.
Wow, man. Well,
Austin.
Also, the UCLA game was the biggest telltale because when they cut to him on the sideline, he was completely gone, totally demoralized, dejected, everything. There was nothing there.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, this ain't good.
After Oregon, when he was walking off the field, they showed his face. I knew at that moment that he knew he was cooked. He knew he was getting fired. Let's say, here's the thing. They just lost Oregon. Okay, that's, again, the same song and dance as every other year, but it's not the end of the season.
No.
By any means.
No, it wasn't.
Okay? But the look that I saw on his face, he thought, dude, this is not – this. I think I am probably done. This is the last home game. This is one of the last home games I've coached at Penn State. Just the look in his face, it was almost like it wasn't that the season was over, but like he knew the situation was over and it was going to get worse. Because I said it against UCLA. I was on here with Brett and Matt from Penn State jerseys. They're like, yeah, we're going to win tomorrow. That's fine because, of course, why wouldn't you think that? But I was like, I don't know. We'll see. And then Matt was like, Mark, you're trolling. They're going to win. I said, I was joking at work. I was like, UCLA 3-0 at halftime. As a joke.
Yeah.
They were up, 21-0 at halftime?
It was something it was like 27-7, I think.
Then the next week I said, Brett, we could lose to Northwestern. He's like, nah, dude, we're not losing to Northwestern. I'm like, all right, we'll see.
You knew the UCLA game, if there was anything left in the tank for the team under James Franklin, it was gone after the UCLA game. So at that point, I actually expected them to lose to Northwestern. I was just waiting for enough to happen for him to get fired at that point, because I was just like, and I think the wheels got turning officially on him being fired probably during the UCLA game. They were already making the moves to figure it out. Like I could almost guarantee you the president of the university is like calling over to the legal team saying, hey, how do we get out of his deal? Like, let's work this out.
What's the best case scenario?
Yeah. But
yeah, and then he said he was shocked. I'm like, dude.
Well, he's always going to say that because he puts on a face for the cameras. He's very aggressive at that. But like,
here's the thing. Again, we talk about what's the honorable thing? What's the moral high ground standard?
Mm-hmm.
Again, if it's me, and maybe I'm being charitable, maybe I probably am. Do I think the body of work based upon what he did for the university and the football program, rebuild it and reestablish talent, would it have been the moral high ground position to let him finish the season? Probably. It probably would have been.
So here's the funny part. I actually had this conversation with my dad.
Okay.
And I explained that what Penn State did was actually the morally right thing for James Franklin. It was actually the friendly thing to do to him.
Well, it gave him a ton of time.
It gave him the time to get a job he wanted. What Penn State could have done, if you wanted to be evil to the dude, was you make him go out there and coach. He's on a contract. You make him go out there and coach regardless of what happens. Well, you work out his replacement behind the scenes, and then you hire Matt Campbell in January when Matt Campbell's ready.
Yep.
You fire him and leave him to the birds.
Yep.
In January when nobody's looking for a coach. with the exception of like Michigan, as it turned out. But that was an unexpected one.
That was very unexpected.
Yeah, but you know, if you were trying to be evil to him, if you're Penn State, that's how you handle it. Whereas,
it's a manner. It's a matter of perspective too, and also probably from the business perspective, it made sense to do it then as well, because I think really what you wanted if you were Penn State is you wanted to maximize James Franklin's opportunity to get a good job, to get a big contract, so you were on the hook for less money.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's true too. Like, obviously you're right. Like, giving him more time did work out for the monetary side of things because of the contract. I can't believe that people still can't grasp that, by the way. There are still times, and this is one time I'll get frustrated with Josh Pate. He will still say, oh, they paid him $50 million. No, they didn't. They didn't pay him $50 million to leave Josh. That's not how it works.
I think when it's all said and done, I think they're paying him like maybe $9 million.
Yeah, it's like $9 million.
It's $8 million or something.
Yeah, something like that. But and here's the thing. I think of on Nittany Dispatch with Audrey Snyder and John Sauber. Audrey lives in my neighborhood, so I talk to her from time to time. So I was watching them, and John made a point every time, and then Audrey did it too as like kind of like a joke, basically saying, and that is not a lump sum payment, that is going to be paid in installments over several years. Because again, to your point, people were not grasping how this payout was contractually operating.
Yeah. And that's I always laughed about that. And I understand, like, if you're a football person and you don't know the whole contract is cool, then just stop saying it, man. Just don't say we paid him $50 million. We didn't pay him $50 million, dude. And
Aaron, why did he say he was coaching for free? He said that several
times.
That
was so funny, dude. When he said it, I think people, my neighbors, heard me fall out of my chair laughing. Like,
why is he saying that though?
He does, because he's such a character about things, dude. Like, that's who he is. Like, I've seen people like that before. Like, I've come across people, they wear faces, right? And you see, like, that's who they wear a mask, and they're so used to wearing a mask with things that they live that life. Like, it almost becomes part of who they are. I don't know if he even realizes he does it sometimes. Like, he'll just wear such a mask for a TV screen. It's become second nature to him, I think, where he just makes up stuff on the fly because it sounds good on camera, right? And it's the same thing as like when he left Penn State. What's a well-respected, honorable type of coach do if they get fired? You know, they move on, they go find another job. They talk well about their previous employer. Like, hey, I had 12 good years at Penn State. It was a great time, good experience. What does he do? Goes to college game day because he has the same agent that they have. Like, you know who he is when you start seeing him do stuff like that. It's like, we all know those, like, somebody who wears a face like that, but then their actions tell you who they really are, right? And I've always said with Franklin, it's like, I don't think he's like a particularly bad dude, but he's one of those people who wears a face, and he's not one of those guys I'd leave my kids with, right? Like, he's not a terrible person, but there's a lot of people that they're good enough people. I wouldn't leave my kids with them, right? He's one of those people. Like, I kind of look at him and go, he's an interesting fella. I wouldn't share a beer with him. He's not my kind of human, right? Yeah. And it's just because I don't like that. Like, I like people who wear everything on their sleeves. You know? Yeah. Like, just tell me who you are, man. I'm not going to criticize you. I don't care, you know, your history, your background. If you're a good dude, we'll get along great. He's not that kind of person. He comes from the wear a mask when you're in front of a camera, and then who you really are is you don't show that to people. It doesn't necessarily mean he's a terrible person. I don't think it does. By most people's account, he's not, even off camera. But like, it comes off as a little underhanded, right? And that's what you always got. That was the vibe I always got from him, was that, like, he's not who he pertains to be. He's kind of a different person when he's not on camera.
less genuine than you would otherwise like.
Yeah, and like that's not the kind of dude, like I don't like that personally, but I wasn't gonna, crucify him for it. It was just something I don't like.
I had been saying for a long time, and Austin knows, like, listen, we're getting to the point where we seriously need to consider getting rid of this guy. I mean, I said it probably, I think it was like 23 or 24. I said, I give the guy 2 years, at most 3. If he can't make the top 4, then he needs to be let go. And he did make the top 4.
Yeah.
We lost to Notre Dame. But the thing is, we still hadn't had that, like, that marquee win, that big game win. We still hadn't had that. We lost to Ohio State that year when we made the top 4. But the point is, I always said this too. I don't know the guy personally. I haven't heard good things about him. More often than not, have not heard good things. But that's besides the point. The human side of him, when he got fired, like that Sunday that he got fired, I was so happy. But I'm telling, like, dude, the human side, I'm like, man, I feel terrible for this guy because I think he really did, man. He worked his tail off here. He tried, and it just didn't work for him. And I wanted it to work for him. I did, because I was like, well, we're probably not getting rid of him, so let's hope it works out. I just, as a human, man, like, I don't know the guy personally. I have not heard good things, but I felt for him as a human being. Like, I'm like, man, like,
yeah, and I think he did. I think he tried things to change it. In fact, I think I mentioned this on the podcast before, where I think he tried to change the outcomes of those games. I just think he focused on the wrong issues, because Austin,
I couldn't figure it out, man.
I pointed this out. Like, yeah, after Moorhead left, right, he became obsessed with preventing turnovers. Like, he was just obsessed with it. He was obsessed with time of possession and turnovers. And I remember pointing out, I was talking to my buddy Dustin about this, that while we were winning the turnover battle and the time of possession against Ohio State, and losing the game anyway, SMU was making 5 interceptions and winning their game on the other side of the country.
So my point on that is he wasn't wrong when he brought up the analytics and how it usually affects the outcome of the game.
Yeah,
he's correct. And everyone knows this. I'm not breaking I'm not giving any revelatory information about football. Generally, you don't want to turn the ball over. That's important. However, what you don't do is you can't play so conservative and vanilla and almost scared to prevent mistakes, and the cost be I'm not going to give myself any opportunities to make plays.
Yep. Exactly.
Because you have to make plays to win the game.
Yep. And the worst part is, just like any other system, if you don't practice it, you're not going to be any good at it when you need it.
Correct.
Drew Aller never practiced taking risks. And when you needed him to take a risk, what happened?
Mistake.
Interception, game over. Interception, game over. Do you know why Aaron Rodgers doesn't make those mistakes? It's not because Aaron Rodgers doesn't make mistakes. It's that when Aaron Rodgers makes an interception at a bad time in a game, it's a 60-yard bomb down the field because he knows how to make the mistake.
Correct.
Right? He's so used to taking risks that his risks are just not the same as everybody else's.
Yeah.
So you make a 60-yard pick down the field in the Notre Dame game, you're going to overtime.
100%. 100%. Yeah. Like, and again, there's it's multifactorial. You look at everything. You even look at that pick.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make that throw? No, you can never. You can never make that specific throw. Now, on the flip side, should maybe we had a receiver that actually ran the goddamn route like a route? Yeah, we should have had that too.
That would have helped. Yeah,
that would have helped quite a bit.
Yeah, there's no excuse for that.
No, that was just lack of effort. That was BS is what it was. That was garbage. Is what that
we didn't lose that game because, and I'm not saying Austin saying this, we didn't lose that game because of Drew Aller threw an interception. We lost that game because we were running the ball well. I know we just stopped doing it. Notre Dame adjusted like George or Jadon just said, and we didn't adjust. I mean, dude, it was just we had no business losing to that team. They had a lot of injuries. First of all, we're just a better team. They had a lot of injuries. We're way more talented, and we lose. It's like, I couldn't believe that. Like, and Notre Dame, they won fair and square. They won straight up. One versus one. One team won, the other team lost. But like, if you're Notre Dame and you're like, yeah, we beat Penn State. It's like, yeah, dude, James Franklin was the coach. Like, you really want to like,
yeah.
It's not like you had Chuck Noll over there or something.
It's one of those situations too where, like, again, kind of like Franklin at the end, and like we just the total dejectedness after these losses and things. I almost kind of think, and maybe I have no information about this at all. This is pure speculation. I have no idea. But like, how many times can you come up short in the big game to where like you don't just start second? Like that's not just in your head of like, oh, I'm son of a gun. Maybe I can't win it. Maybe I can.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I just can't.
It was driving him crazy at some point. I'm sure.
Well, like the 2017 Ohio State game, you were at Autos, right?
Oh God.
And I was at my brother's wedding in the middle of nowhere with no service. I was like, and we found out we lost. I almost jumped in the pond that was right next to us.
But fun story. 2017, Penn State, Ohio State. I watched it at Quaker Steak and Lube.
Okay, Quaker Steak and Lube.
There's that Quaker Steak and Lube. They lose. I go the next week, playing Michigan State. They lose.
Yeah.
I did not watch another football game at Quaker Steak and Lube until the national championship game this past season.
Wow.
And I was this close to leaving because I'm like, son of a gun, Indiana's going to lose. And then they didn't.
No. That's called the coaching swing.
Again, that's the effect. Again, Indiana goes into that game, and again, was it tight? Absolutely. Could have they lost that game? Absolutely, they could have lost. Miami played great, but the point is, what you had was a tandem of a head football coach and a quarterback that do not blink.
Yeah.
Period. They were built for the moment. They had trained for the moment. They were ready for the moment, and they delivered. That's what it was. And again, as much as I love the hire of Franklin when we got him in the beginning, and Mark knows this, and the folks that remember me on the show, again, I did defend him a lot. But the point is, going into a big game, even I have to concede, I never really went into a big game thinking, oh, well, we have the coaching advantage. I never felt that way. No. I never felt that way.
Yeah.
Now that did somewhat change a little bit when Moorhead was here and he was the OC.
Well, yeah, Moorhead was a wild man, so you never knew for sure what you were going to get there.
But the thing with Moorhead is I had a significant level of trust that in the critical moments he was going to press the right button and pull the right lever, and he was going to give us a good opportunity. It's on the players to execute, but he was going to scheme up a pretty good opportunity. In those types of situations. But
and he knew how to fight back from a situation too. He knew how to just go crazy if
he knew how to adjust.
Yeah. But it was I would say Jadon. I used to say like James Franklin's a +6 to your line. So it's like if he wasn't your coach, that Notre Dame game we would have been -3 instead of +3.
It's the tale as old as time. Like, they should have won that game. Like,
I mean,
it was there to be had.
There were so many heartbreaking examples, man. Like, I don't have the mental capacity to like mentally go through them right now and be heartbroken again, but there were so many examples, dude, of just heartbreaking losses. And but let's be honest, the 2016 Ohio State win, right? Marcus Allen. I mean, that was a penalty, wasn't it?
Probably.
No, they changed the rule after that happened.
Well, they did change the rule after it happened. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't official.
But that was just pure luck.
It was very good fortune.
I mean, my God, that was insane. I remember watching that. I was watching that game with my grandfather, and it was one of those situations where, like, for example, like in high school, when I threw javelin, and the one meet I broke the school record. And I remember when I broke the school record, I put my arms in the air because I was so excited.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even realize I was doing it because I was just so in the moment. You know what I mean? Couldn't believe it happened, you know? So watching Ohio State, I'm like, Urban Meyer was pacing, first of all. I remember that. And my grandfather and I were just laughing. Like, Urban Meyer's beside himself right now.
Yeah.
Because he knew something was going to go bad. Like, he just had a feeling. He's like, damn, this is not going right.
Yeah,
but they hurry up. First of all, John Reed almost intercepted the ball in the end zone on the previous play. Okay? So that didn't happen. Bruno Mars, I should say, not John Reed. And then they hurry up. They go in, and then he blocks it. First of all, he blocked it. That was, like, insane. And I, like, stood up like this, and I was, like, standing in my living room just looking at the TV like this. I didn't realize I was doing it because I couldn't believe what I was watching. And then Grant Haley picks it up, bro, and then he takes it back. Like, that was unreal. Like, now, it worked out perfectly for Franklin. You know, that the amount of momentum they had that year from that game especially, bro, he could have gone on. And, I mean, he had everything at that moment. You know what I mean? He had everything. They got lucky. We finally got our break. You know? Ohio State in 2008. What did Mark Rubin do? Terrell Pryor runs a little, you know, quarterback sweep type thing to the outside, about to end the game. Mark Rubin puts his helmet on the ball, and they get the fumble recovery. That was a break that Penn State football had because we never beat Ohio State. You know, that same thing happened in 2016. Like, we had our break, man, but it just ultimately just didn't work out. You know,
well,
even 2017, man, we should have at least been top 4. You know,
yeah, and that was 2017 and 2018 in particular were when I started to really doubt James Franklin. And just as not that I doubted, like, at the end of the day, he did help rebuild the program. But it became kind of clear to me that, like, something wasn't quite right with the way he approached the game because it was very repeatable, right? I say, like, when something repeats over and over again, it doesn't matter how close to being a certain way it was. Like, if it keeps repeating, it's not an accident. It's a pattern, right? And so if you have an outlier, your outliers are always the lowest percentage thing that doesn't line up with everything else, right? That's good statistics 101. So no matter how much that 2016 game was cool and, we always kept it close with them, the fact of the matter is if you go like 1-10, your 90th percentile, your outlier is the 2016 game. It's not the other one, right? And so at some point you look at that and say, there is a trend here. And only one thing has remained constant during this trend.
Well, and the thing, to your point, it's almost just like one of those things where you look at something from like a statistical perspective, and it's like every year, like for the most part, it was like 7 points or less.
Yeah,
it was one possession. It was close most of the time. It's like to only get one, to only win 1 out of 12.
Yeah.
It's like, that's almost like, just like from a pure statistical perspective, it's like, that's like hard.
Yes.
To be that close every time. And it only goes your way once.
Yeah. Because of the randomness of the sport, in general.
Yeah.
For you to be like 1-22.
That's insane. That's crazy.
That is not, and that's why I say like that's mathematical at some point, where there is something you're doing wrong. Like you're messing
100%.
something up. Because dumb luck. Louisville wins more of those than Penn State does.
And here's the thing too. Like again, and it's not an excuse, but like every time it always seemed like there was some kind of like extraordinary thing going on too. Like 16, like we lose to Pitt on a ball that's dropped. Like we had a touchdown. Was it? I forget who it was. It was Deshaun Hamilton that just drops a ball.
Yep.
Like I'm just like what are we doing? Like a thing that would never have happened. And then we go through the whole rest of the year. We beat Ohio State. We win the Big Ten championship, and we're not in the playoff. Ohio State gets in, and they get absolutely murdered by Clemson in the first round, 31-0. They put a big old goose egg on that board. Do I think that decision was wrong to put them in over us? Yes, I do. However, what I will say, 2017, go to Ohio State, lose. It's like, how do we lose to JT Barrett throwing the football?
Yeah.
Let's just start with that. But then we follow it up. We go to Michigan State. We lose to Michigan State on a game where there's like a 4-hour rain delay in the middle of the game for a lightning storm.
Yeah.
It's like, at a certain point in time, I'm not saying this is true. I don't believe in this kind of crap, but it's like, it almost seems like there's like just some kind of extra ordinary power that's like, we're just going to throw a bunch of weird crap at you and just muck stuff up.
Something always happened.
Like some weird stuff all the time. It's just so whack. Or like another prime example, and Mark knows where I'm going with this. 2014, we lose to Ohio State at home, where the officiating crew gives Ohio State an interception on a ball that skipped off the ground.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
That was my boy Zanalato, Matt Zanalato.
Oh my God.
He told me about that play. He was like, dude, there's no way that was an interception, because he ran the route.
Mm-hmm.
He was like,
everybody saw it. They put it on the everyone saw it. John, that's why we call that a John O'Neill special.
Oh my God, dude!
I've
not heard that name in a while.
I still think it was I used to play my pappy at cards all the time, and I almost never beat him. And I get to a point where I asked him, and I was probably 14. I was like, I don't understand, Pap. I'm doing all the strategies I learned from you. Why am I not winning? And he said, simple. You play not to lose. So you lose. Yeah. And you're just trying to play my game with me, and I'm better at it than you are. And he said, you need to figure out a way to beat me, not to play like I do. Yeah. And I think in some ways that was James Franklin's problem. He was playing to not lose the games.
Yep.
And in doing so, he could keep it close right up until the end. And then he was hoping that another blocked kick would save the day or something like that, instead of going, all right, how do we put these guys to bed? Right.
This is a one. I think this is a good lesson. Get a little proverbial. You cannot hope for victory. You have to claim it.
You have to go get it. Yep.
That's simple.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was what Pap was trying to teach me. And once I figured it out, I stopped playing the way he played, and I started hitting him with some surprises, and I started winning more.
Exactly. You have to have the courage to play your game.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. That's in anything. That's in any sport. That's in your job.
Yeah.
You have to do your job in a manner that maximizes what you do well. You have to do it your way. You might have a coworker that's really good and does it, and that way doesn't work for you because you're not him or her or whatever. Like, you have to find your niche, your style, your belief system, your philosophy, all those things, and maximize it. and use that in a manner that gives you a competitive advantage against who you're playing.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. Like, and again, and it happens to other people too. It happens to other teams. It happened to Ohio State. It happened to Ohio State against Michigan. Why? Because you go in there and you look at the scheme that they ran and the offense they ran in every game other than Michigan. And in every game other than Michigan, they were attacking the ball down the field, great wide receivers, and then they play Michigan, run the ball underneath, because it wasn't even about winning the game. They wanted to win the game by doing what Michigan did better than Michigan, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I mean that's a great point. It's just and you could see it only got worse as time went on, I think, because he was trying so hard. He was looking at the stat line, which statistics are great, but as an IT guy, I can tell you most people misuse them.
Not during the game.
Yeah, and they can only take you so far. You can take statistics. Statistics will keep you in something.
Yeah.
But if you live on statistics, the best you will ever accomplish is like second, third, fourth best. You're not going to get to the top, because the companies who succeed or win or make the big play, they're the ones that look at the statistics and they see how they line up with you. And they go, okay, now how do we shake this up? Because we're not playing their game. If we play their game, we're going to lose. They're in a better position than we are. So we're not going to do that. Let's find something that they don't have so we get ahead of them. Right.
Well, and to your point with the statistics are a good general knowledge base and point of reference. They are not an all-seeing dictatorial gospel that you must follow 100% of the time in 100% of the situations, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Like statistics, it goes in the NFL. Mark probably knows where I'm going with this. Statistics say the fade is a decent opportunity in the red zone. I think the fade is one of the stupidest plays you could ever run.
Yeah.
They really like the fade. And like, don't get me wrong, it works sometimes.
Never worked.
But here's the problem. It only works when they don't know you're going to do it.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. You look at the statistics, okay? And this is to your point. Statistics outside of their context are useless.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. The fade, you look at the aggregate, the fade is a decent play. 60% of the time it works. Okay, so you look at the aggregate of all the teams that ran the fade, all of the suppliers of the data, and the average receiver or tight end they're throwing to is on average 6'4", right. And then you're running a team and you're throwing a fade to a 5'10" receiver. Those statistics are not applicable to you in that situation.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all context. And it's the same thing I was talking about with turnovers. Not all turnovers are created equal. People like to look at a piece of paper and say, look, they had 3 turnovers and lost the game, therefore turnovers bad. And you go, the Eagles threw a pick around in the Super Bowl. Nobody cares about that pick anymore. You know why? Because it was an arm punt to the 3-yard line and it didn't matter.
Correct.
Right? They are not the same.
Exactly. And if you throw a pick 6 versus you just air one out 50 yards downfield and it's a glorified punt, no one gives a crap about the punt one.
Yep, because it didn't matter
no one cares.
Right. And that's why I say, like, living in statistics, living in baseball has a problem with this sometimes, where they become overly fascinated by the statistics and they don't look at actual production of players.
Correct.
And they miss out on guys because they think this guy's really good because of his OPS being high, but then they don't look at the fact that he strikes out 70% of the freaking time that he's at the plate. He either hits a home run or strikes out. That player can be useful if you put him in the right situation. But if you have a team full of those guys, you get to the playoffs and you look like the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, where you crap the bed
instantaneously. Exactly. Suddenly you can't hit the ball outside of a barn and game over, man. Yep.
Austin, are you talking about Dante Cephas, the fade against Michigan?
That might have been
Cephas. Yes, Cephas, anybody, Cephas, Harrison Wallace, Even again, even throwing the fade to Jahan Dotson was stupid because he's not big.
Yeah, he's not a big fade guy.
He just bailed you out a lot because he could jump and his hands were immaculately good. Like that is an outlier to your point.
Yep.
That is not the norm. That is not what you should expect all the time by all receivers that are 5'11". Like that just isn't it.
Yeah.
So
no,
it has to be in context. And I did see someone said we should have been running a fade to Tyler Warren rather than Harrison Wallace.
That would have made a lot more sense.
One, it would have made more sense. Here's the other thing that never gets talked about. You have to ask this question. It's a very important question. Does your quarterback throw a good fade ball? Because if they're going to go for a fade and your quarterback just throws it out of bounds, it is a completely useless play.
Yeah. I always used to say, like, you see it in the NFL. Brett Favre hardly ever threw a fade. You know why? Because the only thing he was good at was just ripping it. That's what he was all about. So they didn't ask him to throw the fade because they knew it wasn't for him. He's not.
He could only throw a cannonball 100% of the 99% of the time. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's why he wasn't out there throwing a bunch of screens. He wasn't out there throwing these fades because it wasn't his way of playing the game. And
exactly.
It's just it's and that was another thing. You'd argue they weren't good at designing their system around their personnel. They wanted their personnel to fit their system, but then they didn't really recruit personnel who fit their system.
Yeah, which makes no sense. Which is the dumbest thing you can ever do. And again, I don't care what you do. I do this in coaching. I do this when I coach clients or when I work with people for pickleball or whatever it is. If someone is genuinely just not very good at a shot, you work on it and you dedicate practice time to it. Yes. But once it becomes abundantly clear, there's always going to be skills that at best case scenario, you are average at.
Yeah.
You just don't go to that well that often.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. At best it's a wrinkle you use. But
correct. Because it is simply a change in the pattern.
Yes. So that you don't become too predictable.
Correct. You're breaking a tendency with it, which is fine, and that's intelligent. But the point is, like,
I'm not either, Jadon.
but I'm not a far fan either. But yeah, like you have to tailor things specifically to your team. That is your job as a coach. If you are unwilling or cannot do that, I'm sorry. In my book, you're just not that good of a coach.
Yeah, and that's your job. Well, and Mark, I can't get away from that Kirby Smart comment where he basically said, coach, the term coach comes from stagecoach. I'm supposed to take you somewhere, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the point. And your job is not for them to fit your scheme. Your job is to coach them into being great football players. And then you, as the experienced coach, are supposed to make that work around the guys you have. And that means you may have to alter your scheme from year to year. You may look very different from one year to the next.
Yeah.
I just didn't get the sense that that's how they operated at Penn State with James Franklin in charge. It seemed like he wanted to force a scheme upon the organization, and then they didn't really recruit to fit that scheme. That's the alternative, is you recruit to fit the scheme, but they didn't seem to do that to me. I think they kind of just wanted to out talent people, and they could do that to the lesser teams in the Big Ten.
They did it a lot.
Yeah, although they still got burned for it more than once. Minnesota's and Indiana's getting the better of them. Illinois once in a while, but yeah, like they just never adjusted to a play. And I remember, man, that Oregon game last year, something that was so telling to me that I had always suspected was when the Oregon guy who made the pick was like, oh yeah, we knew that was the play they were running. We knew exactly what they were going to do before they did it. So I was there because I recognized the play. Yep. He said, I got to that spot because I knew he was going to throw it there.
Yep.
And I was like, oh yeah. So that's become so obvious that the other team knows exactly where you're going to put the ball before you put it there. I
Because
think
we
you
ran the
might
most
need to
vanilla
change up your
offense
scheme
ever.
a little, James. Yeah.
Prime example. We ran the most vanilla offense possible.
Yeah.
I knew what was going to happen. Mark knew what was going to happen. You knew what was going to happen. We all of us knew what was going to happen. You mean to tell me the defensive coordinator that's getting paid $2 million a year doesn't also know?
Yep.
Pretty sure they do. Secondly, again, like all the stuff we were talking about forever. Where's the intermediate passing game? Where's the intermediate passing game? Where's the downfield passing game? And then Franklin's gone. Terry Smith comes in. We're playing Iowa. Intermediate, attacking the intermediate zone.
Totally
And then this tells the tale. This tells the complete tale. They ask him in the post-game presser, why were you able to complete so many downfield and intermediate throws? And his response was, because we called the plays.
I mean,
true. You have to call them to make it. Yes, correct. Right.
Like I told Mark about that too. That I got actually sore at Franklin about the way he treated a reporter in that one game. Because this reporter asked a simple question about why aren't you stretching the field with your throw? Why aren't you throwing the ball down the field at all?
Corey Geiger.
Yeah, Corey Geiger. And he just tried to roast him like, oh, what are you simpleton? Basically, he was just talking down to this kid. And I was like, no, actually, James, that's a very valid question. It's called basic football knowledge. I feel like you don't I'm starting to question whether you understand that.
You have to attack every level. You have to
hit every level, or the other team doesn't have to respect you.
Exactly.
Why?
Why can't we run the ball now? I don't know, because they don't have to cover deep. Maybe that helps. Yeah. Everyone's within 6 freaking yards of the line of scrimmage. Maybe that helps. Yeah. Like what?
I feel like if I've been a defensive coordinator, I had to be like a little bit excited when I got a James Franklin game, because I'd be like, I'm going to look better than I should today.
I might make a couple extra bucks after this.
I might earn some paychecks today.
I mean, why recruit Drew Aller to Penn State? Like Austin, you remember Jameis Winston, 50 and 50 interceptions, 50 touchdowns.
Yeah, that guy was
right.
Up.
That's what they should have done with Drew Aller. They never So why the hell did you bring him to Penn State if you weren't going to let him go out there and sling the rock? They never let him do it. Dude, but like, I don't get it, man. Like, it
was very bizarre.
I never understood it, dude.
Again, I don't have a great answer other than, for whatever reason, like, dude, from what I understand, our offense was, we're gonna run the football, so much so that we're basically not even going to install a passing game.
Yep.
I'm sorry. In the year of our Lord 2025, when we are doing things in a way at every level, at big time Division I college football, even not at Division I college football, and in the pros, where you have to have at minimum a severely competent, if not robust, all around, all field, all levels of the defensive zone passing attack, you're just not even going to install a real passing game? That makes no sense.
Rugby rules.
I mean, like you were saying earlier, Austin, about 2023 Ohio State, like Jadon just said, they tried to out-athlete teams. Bro, they never utilized their talent like they should have. Like they kept running like outside counters with Singleton in 23 against Ohio State, and then they kept trying to dump the ball down to Brenton Strange. They didn't, and then some some quick out routes. Like that's all they did on offense. It didn't work. 2023 Michigan, they throw a freaking fade ball to Dante Cephas when they went 3 and out against Michigan. By the way, he's still playing. Did you see this? Is this real? He's still playing.
I had not checked Kansas State's roster.
Bro, he's been in college 8 years now.
I mean, Well played, sir.
I guess.
I don't know what else to say to that.
It doesn't make sense. But anyway, I noticed that.
How is that even possible?
How is this getting? The NCAA missed this one.
But
God.
yeah, he's still playing, dude. Like that's his 8th year. Like, oh my God. But
Jadon's right. That was an optics thing. You're right. Like getting him to come to Penn State was a huge optics thing, and that was right in line with the James Franklin.
Yeah. So and then Ohio State in 24, right? No, yeah, 24. First and goal.
Yeah.
You have a 6'5" quarterback. Okay, so here's the thing. Aller's wasn't real good at throwing a fade ball. Okay. Well, one thing he was good at is being tall. So first and goal against Ohio State, run them up the middle 4 times, you score. Instead, they did whatever it was. Oh my God, it was.
They certainly had some shenanigans.
Unreal.
And again, it was like one of those things where you're shooting yourself in the foot, because. And again, like you could argue, like, was it just James Franklin has the worst timing on planet Earth, where he changes up gears at times he absolutely shouldn't, and then he doesn't change gears when he absolutely should. Could just be that some people are just god awful with their timing. Like it happens.
On that specific situation that you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about, where they try to get like cutesy tootsy and then they call it stupid plays and all this kind of, like low key. If this would have happened, okay, if they would have just said, okay, well, we're just gonna have Tyler Warren do that direct snap, we're just gonna try to pound it in with him, and they do it 4 times in a row and they just stop him, I could live with that.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable because
I could live with that.
Yeah, it's the Marshawn Lynch Seahawks Super Bowl thing. Why didn't you give him the ball?
That's all they had to do.
Yeah, because even if they stop you, you weren't wrong, right?
Yeah. You weren't wrong. Exactly right. And again,
it made no sense, dude.
You can look at all that stuff and you're like, oh well, they made a great play and you jumped the route, Malcolm Butler, and it's like it was a slant. Was it from a football fundamentals perspective, was that a good call? Was that a strategically viable way to attack that and score? Yes. But given the down and distance and personnel available, it was not the right call.
Yep. Know your team.
Exactly. Know your team.
The next week, I think they went to the goal line. They ran Warren up the middle and scored. I'm like, is this a sick joke? Like, you can't do this against Ohio State.
That was
first and goal. You had Tyler Warren, Drew Aller, 6'5", 2 5-star running backs. You can't.
That was a. We're sorry for last week. We're gonna do it this week.
Yeah. We
get it. We get it.
Are you just trying to piss us all off? I think it was the game that was on Peacock. I think it was It was the next week, man. They took Tyler Warren, ran him right up the middle. I'm like,
oh yeah. It was against Washington.
Was it?
It was Washington the next week, and
because that game was on Peacock though.
I was so disgusted by that game because they had been so lackluster in so many ways in the Ohio State game, and then they come out and play like absolutely like they're on fire
like
against
demons.
Washington. I said, where the frick was this? Like, you know what? I don't even want to see this. Like, this is shenanigans that we're doing here.
Dude, again, it's just one of those situations yet again where you just. I'm also almost completely convinced of this. Sometimes I feel like, and again, it could be anybody. It could be, an OC, a DC, whatever. I think there are some times where these coaches they're getting paid so much money and they're actually so freaking smart at the game that they just outthink themselves.
Yes. I think it happens a lot. I think Jimbo Fisher was a victim of that at Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's like they're playing like 7D chess of like, well, I should do this, but they're going to think that I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do this other thing, but they know I'm going to check to that. So I'm going to do this other thing. And then I'm actually going to run a triple reverse. And somehow we're going to like try and throw a ball to a freaking offensive tackle or something. It's like,
I remember I had a Army buddy who used to make fun of that, the overthinking parabola, because he'd go, oh, this is one of those guys who he's so smart that he's going to put all of his ships when you play Battleship in the center of the board. He's going to pull the most simpleton move because he just overthinks the hell out of it.
It's like, surely no one would suspect this.
Yeah.
No one would suspect something this dumb. It's like the point is, and where you want to get to be with a football program, and this is why the Seahawks example is a good example. You want to get to first down and goal from the 2. They know you're going to run it 4 times. You know you're going to run it 4 times, and you just get in anyway. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And that's where it comes down to personnel, talent, cohesiveness, execution of the plays, and those types of things. Like that's just what it is, man. Like some of the kings of just that, and just like having that be enough to win 7-8 games on average a year. Iowa, they do nothing impressive at all. Yeah. And then somehow last year we have a quarterback that is not good at running everywhere through the Penn State defense. I'm not gonna lie, that game last year, that hurt me. That game hurt me. I wanted the players to win that game so bad. I wanted them to win that game so bad. I was visibly upset after they didn't squeak that out, because man, they played so hard, and Grunk played pretty good. What I will say though, I will say this, and maybe this is a testament too. Our backup quarterback playing at Kinnick fared much better under Terry Smith's leadership than Taquan Roberson did under James Franklin's leadership when that happened. Because we couldn't even snap a ball.
Great one.
Yeah. That was a oh man, I almost broke my coffee table during that game.
Yeah.
Austin, you talk about Iowa in 21, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, that sucked.
Dude, literally, they would have just been better just to literally just punt the ball. The defense was playing great. Seriously. They were up by 14 points at halftime. And again, it's always like this weird, wacky stuff where it's like, oh, Sean Clifford is as for his multiple flaws, but Sean Clifford was destroying them. Mm-hmm. He was destroying Iowa. Then he gets hurt. Then he can't come in. Then our backup just literally can't function as a quarterback at all. Then we lose that game. And then we go in. I'm pretty sure that was the same year. Clifford comes back. He has about 10% mobility. He can't move at all. Mm-hmm. And then we lose in 8,000 overtimes to Illinois, where I'm watching the game, and after the 7th overtime, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I just want us to lose because I need this to be over.
Yeah, it was getting painful.
And low key, I literally said that. I was like, I just want to lose, because at this point, this Illinois team is so dog water. We do not deserve to win. We just don't. We just don't deserve to win. And what I will say is, I do give Sean Clifford a ton of credit for that game, for gutting that out, because that dude had to have been in excruciating pain that entire game. He could not move. He couldn't run.
Yeah.
Why? The fact that he had to play based upon personnel is man, we're in a bad way.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that was a bad coaching decision, man. Really was.
From a player health perspective, yeah, it wasn't great.
Because we had so Clifford played when he shouldn't have been playing, for one thing, like you said, and we had Christian Veilleux. Christian Veilleux should have just played that game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we did have Veilleux.
And they didn't play him.
He was a completely serviceable backup.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Well, what do you think about that? Is Rocco going to be him this year?
So I've heard that he's actually going to be better than Trace. That's what I've heard from several people. So, like, he's more mobile somehow. But he's like a better version of Trace. So I'll take that any day.
Here's the deal. I'm going to take that Weasley approach where I offer a caveat. If the receiving core is, heck, man, even average, even if the receiving core is average, if the receiving core is average, especially with the tight end personnel that we have that I think would be very good, I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to throw the ball at a much better clip than probably the last multiple years.
Interesting. Yeah.
Run your routes. That's the most important thing.
I think Rocco Becht is underrated for the production that he's had over his career. He's probably, him and Hoover from Indiana are the two most seasoned quarterbacks in the Big Ten now. And I think in a good scheme with the right guys, he's shown it before. He had a great year in 2024 with Higgins and those guys receiving the ball from him. I don't see any reason he can't produce at that same level in the Big Ten on a roster that's got more talent, more physical talent than what they usually work with. And I think Matt Campbell and his guys, you're working with a guy who's, 4 years of constantly being a starter. I like his chances. I think he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the Big Ten. So I would say yes. Is he going to be him this year? I feel pretty confident he'll be him this year. I think barring injury, he's going to be pretty fire. Because I like him as an improviser, and he's a guy who he finds ways to win. He finds ways to fight and win.
He's also just like genuinely like a very, like, he doesn't have like the biggest arm, but I mean, no. you don't need to have some.
I mean, Trace didn't really either,
cannon. No, he didn't. But like my point is, like, Rocco Becht and Trace are similar in the fact that they make plays.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily like that's the craziest part about it is, like, you don't even have to make flashy plays to be successful and to win. Like, you just have to make plays, you have to move the sticks, you have to get in the end zone. That's it. You don't need to do that on the first play and you bomb 1 for 70. Like, is that cool? Yeah, that's dope. But, like, it doesn't have to be that way. If you can attack multiple areas of the field, because I expect that the run game should be pretty efficient again this year. The O-line should be quite good. Again, you're gonna have really good tight ends to throw to. You're gonna have both the tight ends can at least block to a decently at minimum average level. Yeah. Like, you have weapons. Like, you have a really good foundation. You're probably going to have a defense that's pretty good at controlling the line of scrimmage and getting the ball back and giving your offense more opportunities than the opposing team's going to have. Like, it's a good situation. So I think I expect him to be good. I expect him statistically. I mean, he should definitely be in the top 4 quarterbacks in the Big Ten, probably. For, like, just pure statistics, like, I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And also, I like the 13 sets we're going to have. Like, I love our tight ends. I think our 13 sets are the stuff of nightmares if you're a defense. Like, I don't know how you cover that. 6'7", 6 foot, like,
that's what I was going to say.
Are going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Our receivers need to run their routes efficiently and effectively. As long as they do that, utilize your tight ends, run the ball. Yeah. Run the ball. We have depth. Yeah. As long as the receivers are running good routes quickly, they're getting to the spots they need to go to, they're getting separation where they need to. That doesn't mean you need to be like an elite at separation. You just run your routes. We're going to utilize our tight ends. We have the running backs. Like, dude, this offense, I think this offense, because Rocco Becht's basically a coach. He's a coach with a helmet on, basically. He has the most snaps of any quarterback in college football.
A ridiculous number. Yeah.
Okay. This offense is going to be so just common sense that it's going to be like it's going to be a Penn State offense, an old school Penn State offense, but it's going to be so fun to watch because I think they're going to execute well and they're going to put up points. But it's not going to be like they're out there throwing 50-yard bombs and they're doing this and doing that. They're just playing football, man. You know, that's it. Just smart football. Now, what Rocco Beck needs is a Joe Moorhead, and I think Taylor Mauser is similar. He likes to throw the deep ball. He said that. He's like, we're throwing the ball deep. It's like, okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, like you got big receivers, big tight ends and stuff. I'm not too worried. Like I said, it's one of those the difference between one turnover and another. Am I scared about throwing a ball 45 yards down the field to a 6'7" tight end and just saying, go get it, I guess? Not really.
We have great tight ends.
Yeah, it's like when you're 6'7", it's going to be pretty tough for them to pick it from you.
and the thing that kind of like frustrated me too was like Franklin, like he would always we're not just going to like chuck it deep and throw like the 50-50 balls or whatever, when like literally someone actually critiqued Moorhead about that and was like, well, you seem to really like to throw a lot of 50-50 balls. And it's like, it's not a 50-50 ball.
No, it doesn't work out that way.
He said, we're throwing it to an elite receiver, or we're throwing it to like Mike Gesicki, who's like 6'6" or whatever, and can jump like 40 something inches. Yep. It's like, and we have a quarterback that's putting the ball in the appropriate spot. It's like, that's not in no way, shape, or form is that a 50-50 ball.
Yep.
This is not an equal opportunity ball. The defender does not have an equal opportunity to catch this ball. Like that's preposterous. That's nonsense. Yeah. So the notion that Franklin kind of like went away from that and kind of like parroted the same crap that people talk to Moorhead about with the 50-50 ball. It's like,
oh no, how dare you,
dude? If I'm throwing a ball at the appropriate height to a 6'7" tight end, definitionally, that's never a 50-50 ball because no one playing in the defensive backfield is 6'7".
Yeah. Well, I always just say, like, ask Indiana about that 50-50 ball they threw at the end of the game against us last year.
Yep. Now, the thing it's going to come down to for me is how does our offensive line and defensive line hold up in the Big Ten? That's really what it's going to come down to. Mm. That's what it was in the Super Bowl for the Eagles against the Chiefs. I said, I did a Super Bowl pregame show, if you will, that week with Anthony Howard, a friend of mine, who is a Chiefs fan. And I said, Anthony, if that Eagles defensive line dominates your offensive line, you guys have no chance. Yeah. And they did. Yeah. They did. They dominated. Jalen Carter, Montez Sweat, right, was on that team.
Yeah. Not Montez. Josh. That would have been Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat. Yep. So it was Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter. Who else did they have? They had like the whole Georgia defense on their defense.
Yeah, a lot of Georgia players. Nolan Smith and linebacker. Smith.
Yeah,
but, and then N'Kobe Dean, also a linebacker, is Georgia guy. And
yep.
Oh my goodness, man! I must be getting tired.
Yeah, the big guy in the middle.
My favorite player,
not Jalen Carter. Jordan Davis.
Yep. Jordan Davis. Good Lord. I love that man. If you never heard Jordan Davis sing, you're missing out.
He's really good.
He's amazing at it.
He spits on people.
Yeah. No, that was JC.
That was Jalen Carter.
Was it?
Carter. Yeah. That was just a different approach too, and it messed them up. And that was that instead of trying to blitz Patrick Mahomes from the edge, they pushed his own lineman back into him, and it messed him up really bad. Time. Yeah, because instead of normally he'd see the pocket and then he finds a way around, right? And he never had the chance because his guys were in his lap, and then he had to try and go through the line of scrimmage, and you're not getting through those big guys, dude. They stick an arm out, grab you, and you're done.
And then that pressure right in your face too. Then you start missing stuff down the field, and then again, we were very fortunate.
Quarterback.
We were very fortunate to also have some pretty darn good defensive backs too.
We did
a Cooper DeJean to undercut
Quinyon Mitchell.
Pick six.
Yeah,
Quinyon Mitchell, exactly.
Yeah, literally all they had to do Quinion Mitchell out of Texas ran the like 9.840 or not like a 3.240 or something like that. Like
yeah, he was like I think
4.21
he's like a 4.3, but he's 6'1" or 6'2". He's big and he tackles aggressively, and that was something like the Eagles really like that in their secondary. They like guys who just like they'll tackle like linebackers on people. They're just not scared to hit people. And I'll never forget, like one of my buddies who's a Ravens fan was like the most insane the moment I knew the Eagles were a Super Bowl championship team was when Cooper DeJean went one-on-one with Henry and took him to the
planted
ground.
him. Oh yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah, and I was like, holy crap, that's one of your corners? That's one of your who does that?
Linebackers don't do that.
No, that man has no regard for his own life. Like
Aaron, I was thinking of Xavier Worthy ran the 4.21 at the 40.
Oh yeah, Worthy.
So,
and he did get going later in the game, though a lot of us felt like the Eagles were letting up at that point because it was so over already. But
the Eagles, all they did was fluster Mahomes and covered Travis Kelce. That's all they had to do, and they did that. I mean, he threw an interception to Cooper DeJean, pick six. You know,
and here's a prime example of some of the stuff that we're talking about with decision making and pushing the right buttons and pulling the right levers. They're up 20. What are they up? 27-3, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're up 27-3. Oh, we're gonna run the clock, right? Nope. Yeah. Dagger. Take their soul, put them in the ground, cover it up. Let's go home. Yeah. That's what they did.
And it was so funny because as soon as they snapped the ball, me and my buddy Dustin, who are Eagles fans, we went, "Oh, they're gonna kill him here." Yep. It was immediate. We knew immediately because you saw Devonta Smith going, and I was like, "Oh, dude, they're about to throw it over their heads." And sure enough,
and that's the point. Now, what would the analytics say? The analytics would say, "Let's milk some clock."
Yeah, milk the clock. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you just got Mekhi Lemon too. Dude, you guys are so stacked.
I hope so, man. We'll see. We're turning over a lot right now, so
yeah.
It's going to be we're kind of a mystery this year.
A little bit of a rebuild, and again, very very similar situation that what we had with Penn State is last season was a good team. That again, it was pretty much the same bunch for the most part. And what was the biggest difference? We ran the most simple, vanilla, stupid offense.
Crazy, man! That was work. I've never seen work like that offense last year. It was
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it was like they were actually getting worse year over year. Like they were doing it. They were getting more and more constrained in their offense over time.
Well, and that's the thing. Again, that's even a more exacerbated example of what we were talking about last year with Penn State. They had no offense, but the point is, as you continue to go up in level of competition, so we have Division I big time football, high competition, NFL, higher competition, and as you get more and more constrained and more one dimensional, the crappier it looks.
Yeah, it gets really bad.
Yes,
and that's big. Yeah, the guys you're playing are better, so they're going to make you look worse.
Exactly.
And
it's going to work even less good.
Yeah. And the Eagles were like a lot of teams in the NFL. They figured out what the Eagles figured out, which was you can pay a lot of money for an edge to blitz the quarterback, or you can sit two big guys right in his lap for a lot less money.
True.
And you just take your defensive tackles and win that fight anyway. And that's why like your Aaron Donalds and guys like that started becoming really common in the league because they started to realize you can pay a defensive tackle a lot less if he's elite and just do the same thing with him.
100%. Yeah. Like again, and to your point, you always want elite edge guys.
Oh yeah.
If you can get them, you're taking that all day. Sure. But interior pressure disrupts the quarterback and the play in a different way. Yep. And on top of it, if you have elite interior pressure all the time and penetration and you're getting O linemen moving backwards into the backfield, that disrupts the entirety of the offense. That disrupts the running game. That disrupts the pass. That disrupts the entire offense.
Yeah. The only thing
edge pressure doesn't necessarily damage the run game that much.
No, if it's a fast up the middle, one cut move,
it might hurt it.
Usually your edge pressure is not going to get there. Yeah. Correct. And the thing too, and this is why I said, like, if you ever wonder why the Eagles want tackling corners so much, it's because of that. The one thing they're vulnerable to in Philly is the screen.
Yep.
But if you have really good corners who they only need one shot to tackle anybody, you don't have to worry about that so much.
And the thing with guys like Mitchell, guys like DeGene, it's like they're so heady. Like they can sniff out a freaking screen too. Like they can see it. They see it. They see the develop. They see as soon as that tackle pulls, especially if they're playing the zone, boom, they are on a beeline because they know it's coming.
Yep. And that was the key that was how they got the Chiefs, because they knew Andy Reid's a master of screens.
Oh yeah.
And so they knew he's gonna look at them and go, well, they can bring the pressure, but we'll beat them with the screen game. And then the Eagles said, well, we can beat you with just rushing 4. I can rush 4 and just put them in your lap, and I'll beat you. And then I can cover your screen just fine, and my guys will tackle, so I'm not scared.
If you can create pressure and mismatches and control the line of scrimmage with just 4, it's gonna be a tough day of sledding, man.
And Jadon, what you were saying about edges, yeah, Garrett I'm really looking forward to him too. The thing too, I always remembered like Josh Sweat. I remembered like he was never like an elite edge rusher, right? But what was kind of interesting about him, it made him fit really well into that team, was he has this huge wingspan. He's like really a long dude. And so when he was blitzing, a lot of times he wasn't really necessarily going for the quarterback kill, but what he was doing was the same thing the line was doing. It was taking up space, and he just had nowhere to go. Like, even if you got away from that initial pressure that, JC and Davis, JD, were giving you, like, it didn't matter because you had these big, long edges who you couldn't get around on the outside. And so you got these tall dudes with these big, long arms, and then these 2 monsters right in your lap. And it was just really hard. That line, the Eagles were super blessed with that defensive line. It was impossible to maintain it. You were only going to get it for 1 year.
Yeah.
And the money was not going to be there. But but it was such a good tandem that they had with those guys. And it just worked. It made it really hard for anybody to move the ball on them.
Well, the biggest part of that is too, like, every time, okay, you're going to try to run the ball. It's like, okay, I can't get around these guys. So all the time you're doing that, what is it costing you? It's costing you time
and yards. Yeah.
Well, it's costing you time and yards, but because it's costing you time, the rest of the defense is just flowing at you at this point. Like you just, there's no more time left. And now you're getting a ton of TFLs. Now you're behind the sticks. Now that starts constraining the playbook because you got to try to, and then playing defense becomes progressively easier.
Yeah, because you can set your feet at the 10 yards out and just wait.
Yeah, you play sticks. Like, it's not that hard.
Jalen Harvey. I don't remember Jalen Harvey very well.
44.
He was an edge, 44.
44. Okay.
Yeah,
I do.
He had a motor. Him, Chaz, Yvonne, they all had motors, man. Like they were like, but to his point, yeah. Like I said, like I'm curious to see how our offensive defensive line holds up in the Big Ten. I mean, we have size at defensive tackle. It's like insane.
We're big. Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, Jalen Harvey. I was told from a reliable source that Terry Smith wanted to keep 12 guys, and he kept all 12. And like, he didn't want Luke Reynolds, didn't want Chaz Coleman. No, I should say not that he didn't want him. Right. There was 12 guys he wanted that he knew, okay, this is who we're going to use. And Jalen Harvey, Luke Reynolds, those were guys that, Chaz apparently was a good reason not to keep him. But yeah, I'm curious to see how it plays out, man, because we got a couple transfers there at defensive line, one from UCLA. So we'll see. But including our coach from UCLA, but 2 coaches from UCLA. But yeah, so.
And I will say too, I'm not worried about the Iowa State guys, contrary to what some people try to say, mainly because number one, if you watch Iowa State's football for the last 5 years, they basically play Big Ten football. Like the way that they play is extremely Big Ten. And then number two, I'm probably an outlier. I do not feel like the competition in the Big 12 was lacking. Like that, some of the best football I got to watch the last 3 years was Big 12 football. It was very competitive, very aggressive, hard hitting. Like I was like, these guys don't get enough credit for how good a football they play over here.
Well, is it more of like they don't know if like their style of play is going to translate, or? Well,
they think number one there was that, but they think that there's the talent level's not there for the Big Ten, and I beg to differ. I think the way that it worked was, now maybe you could argue like the top of the Big Ten, the top 3 teams or whatever, their talent level's higher, but that was already true. That hasn't changed. What to me came off as, oh, well, the Big 12 doesn't play as hard a football as the Big Ten does. And I go, no. If you took 10 teams from the center of the Big 12 and replaced the 10 teams from the center of the Big 10, from the middle of the Big 10, I think the Big 12's middle 10 would be better.
Well, I would also argue, like, if any, I'm not, and again, I know people are busy, so they probably don't take the time, and maybe they're not equipped to actually like really evaluate what they're looking at. But if you just watch the tape of like the players that they brought, like,
yeah, they're very good players.
The tape tells the tale. Like they're very high quality players. And again, like, sometimes you get big guys and they don't play big. Like the big guys that they got on the D line are verifiably very large.
They're verifiable monsters
and very strong. Yeah. Like that is abundantly clear based on the tape.
Yeah, these are not guys that are going to get pushed around by Big Ten players. And then that's a great point, Jadon. I think I said that at one point too. It was like, also who beat Iowa last year?
Not us.
Yeah, Iowa State did. So, and I believe it was in Iowa too last year that they got.
Yes.
But no, and it's again, like we say it all the time, talent fee only gets you so far. You got to have a team that knows how to play together as a team, and that was kind of the problem Penn State was facing. It was a tough locker room situation. And they were trying to get back together as a team at the time. Once they got their feet under them and Terry got used to head coaching, they started playing much, much better football. But it took a few weeks. But
and that's acceptable. I mean,
yeah. And then Iowa State, the only reason they weren't right back in the Big 12 championship against probably Texas Tech last year is because of the number of injuries they had. They had a ridiculous number of injuries.
Dude, they were so banged up.
Yeah.
Oh my. They probably had on the totality of their roster, they probably had double-digit injuries.
They did. Their secondary was a nightmare. 2 of their best guys were like 3 or 4. At one point, I think they had like 4 guys out in their secondary who were all starters.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
It's tough sell. It happens, But they still managed to win 8 games anyway, which was, and they had some big wins in there. But yeah, you're right. Actually, that's sad. He had more Big Ten. Campbell had more Big Ten wins than Franklin last year.
Good point.
That's actually true. Oh my, that's wild.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are you guys good to hop off?
Yeah, it's probably about that time, huh? It's getting pretty dang late.
4.5 hours. I would keep talking, but like, I kind of want to
sleep at some point.
Get to bed at a decent hour too.
Yeah,
I think we're long past a decent.
Yeah, we're past that point. But dude, we still have 14 people watching us right now.
I was literally just about to say that for those still watching, the total like, gold star.
Well, Jadon's been here all night, man. So
yeah, like who are you guys? Like that's what I want to know. If you guys are listening, comment who you are. But please like the video, subscribe if you haven't. Get that like count up. But thank you guys for watching. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah, Austin, if you guys are good, I'm at work. LOL.
Yeah,
well,
I'm glad we could be some background noise for you at least.
Friday nights is long form, and I've had several people tell me like, yeah, I listen to it in the background when I'm doing something, like not live, but they watch it like Joe Rogan episode, down the line. So, yeah. Brett, thanks for coming on. Jared, thanks for coming on. Austin, good to have you on again, man. Aaron, good to have you on again. Austin, you're making a commercial for Uplift Pickleball for us, for the show. So that, again, markleskopodcast.com, get your merch, and Uplift Pickleball is on there too. Austin, you want to talk a little bit about your company?
Yeah, very quickly. So obviously pickleball is like the fastest growing sport in the United States. It's adding, I think it added like a million and a half new players last year. Wow. Super fun, super great community, really good exercise, good for competition as well, which I'm a big fan of. But yes, I did start a paddle company. And if you're in the market for a fantastic pickleball paddle, you can check that out at upliftpickleball.com. And if you do so, make sure you use the code Lesko10 at checkout. Not only will you get 10% off, but you will also directly support this show right here, the Mark Lesko podcast. So if that's something that interests you, please give that a shot and use the code Lesko10.
Thanks, Austin. Yep, we're brought to you by Uplift Pickleball Paddles. First sponsor we've had on here. Many more to come. And, support Austin's company. If you do get into pickleball, or you already are, please go buy his paddles. They are good. They're very high quality. Not good quality, great quality. And Austin's put a ton of work into this, and there's a lot of stuff that happens that you guys don't know about that you have to do to make this work. Same with this show. Austin's a business owner. I am too, and it's a lot of work. So
Yep, and it's a process, but it's something that I wanted to do personally, which is just kind of give. Obviously, a ton of Penn Staters are going to be watching the show, so obviously, I went to Penn State. You went to Penn State. I don't know about Aaron. Also, but the point is, I wanted to give that opportunity for the Penn Staters that watch, that opportunity to save some money, but also directly support the show. So supporting my company, supporting Mark and the show. And just kind of bringing everything together. And what I would like to do is eventually do some philanthropic stuff with a thaw sale and all that kind of stuff as well. So more to come in the coming months. But yeah, appreciate the chance to partner up.
Yep, absolutely. It's good to have you on. We'll have to do this again.
Absolutely.
Talking ball, man. I could do it all day, every day, especially Penn State. So. All right, guys, again, please like the video, like, share, subscribe, all that stuff, and we will see you guys next week. So
see you guys.
Have a good night.
Bye, everyone.